Please take your please Please take your seats. The event is about to begin.
Hi everyone, good morning and welcome. We're about to start, so please take your seats. And please note that if you are a speaker, you will please need to be at the balcony 30 minutes before your panel starts. We will come looking for you there to bring you backstage. Thank you.
There we go.
Okay.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. Hi, Tim.
Hello, Anna. It's great to see you. Thanks
How
for.
are you?
Yeah, I'm. What time is it? 8:40 in the morning on a Thursday, so this is pretty good. I'm good.
So, welcome to everyone. Good morning. We are Timothy Schaefer, SNF Ithaca Director, and Stavros Niarchos Foundation Chair of Civil Discourse in the Biden School of Public Policy and Administration at the University of Delaware.
Great. And this is Anna Kentia Bustuku, who is the managing director of the Incubator for Media Education and Development, also part of and founding director, co-director, part of SNF, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and I think in many ways, for the conversations we're going to be having today and tomorrow, a journalist, which we'll talk a little bit more about in just a minute.
May I ask something, the audience, because I wasn't expected having so many young people in this room, and to be honest, it's my first time talking to young school students, from what I can understand, and I would like to ask you, whoever would become a journalist? No one. Whoever would like to become a politician? No one.
We've got to work on this, I think.
We have, I mean, many things to be done. Yeah, welcome. Anyway, yes, media and democracy, that's the name and that's the thematic of the topic that we will be discussing by raising different angles through the summit that we are hosting here in Wilmington. And when somebody says media and democracy, it might think, what a controversial relationship. I mean, it seems to be one of the biggest issues nowadays, or not. I mean, it's not such a fresh news. But first of all, who am I, what I'm talking like this, and where I'm coming from? Timothy just introduced me, so I'm running by letting you know from where I'm coming from. I'm coming from Greece. I'm coming the birthplace of democracy, a country that for the second consecutive year has ranked last among European Union countries in Reporters Without Borders 2023 World Press Freedom Index. What I worry about: how does the lack of media freedom influence the very essence of democracy, not only, of course, within my homeland, but on global scale? Where is the orientation of fourth estate nowadays, and how does it serve the public? How media industry serves the public? It seems that while there is a press, a lot of press, at the same time, journalists are still seeking freedom, while the public yearns for independent journalism. Distrust of the press is not limited to individual countries. It's a global issue challenging the fourth estate alongside other institutions confronted by citizens. At this point, I would like to share with you from where my team is coming and how we are here. The Stavros Niarchos Foundation, throughout 28 years of making grants in the field of health, education, arts and culture, sports, has recognized the importance of journalism. The foundation is active in more than 130 countries. The acute environment of distrust and dysfunction served as a clarion call for bold action in support of the field. SNF has supported 40 international journalism initiatives, with a substantial part of this contribution toward the establishment of the nonprofit journalism organization iMEdD, which stands for Incubator for Media Education and Development. The primary focus of the foundation is not solely to support grantees through funding, but also to facilitate synergies, the exchange of best practices, the opportunities for learning, thereby amplifying projects' impact on society and fostering their independent sustainability. Particularly in the field of journalism, SNF has refrained from direct involvement in stories, recognizing that this work should be done by the specialists named journalists. To this end, iMEdD was founded back in 2018 and has been operating independently with a team of journalists by utilizing SNF support to design programs for journalists and professionals to foster shielded support for journalistic research, but also training in storytelling and promote the best practices so that they can be impactful. The co-founders of iMEdD, Stratis Trilikis, and myself, as well as the entire team, strive to expand our platform for journalists, professors, and industry professionals interested in innovative storytelling across diverse channels. By interacting in an international network of experts in journalism and media, we keep connecting the dots and bringing together experts with diverse backgrounds. And that's how we came up with the idea of hosting this summit in collaboration with SNF Ithaca Initiative by trying to connect and build bridges between experts, academics, university students, school students, whoever is attending this conference, this summit here physically or watching us online, so that we can, all of us, bring thoughts and ideas and whatever we would like to share about this relationship, media and democracy, and see the impact, but also following to what Harry Hans said yesterday, how we could do democracy instead of just having democracy.
Absolutely.
So that's why we're here.
Absolutely. And in so many ways, this is only possible because of this collaboration between iMEdD, which Anna represents, and SNF Ithaca at the Biden School here at the University of Delaware. This collaboration, this conversation between those who care deeply about media in all of its forms, the role of journalists, but also thinking about media kind of broadly, right? It's not only those that we might think about writing articles or being on television. It is also this mediated world that we exist in. And it's all possible because of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation recognizing these are efforts, these are critical themes in a year of elections. Democracy is a high point in some ways as we think about elections, but it's also at a very low point. We are seeing the stepping away from these practices globally. So as Anna said a moment ago, coming from Greece, another country, as we think about the dynamics that play out in particular countries and regions, and even globally, these are challenges that we're all facing, but in different, particular, sometimes very specific ways, which is partly why the presenters that we're going to hear today and into tomorrow are going to really speak to, I think, the contextual situations. Some of that's going to be in places like Delaware and Chicago and New York, but others will speak about Athens and beyond. I want to just say a couple quick things here. First, thank you to Anna for partnering with us for this Media and Democracy Summit. This is our first time doing this. The SNF Ithaca Initiative is a new initiative that's supported by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. And this is our third year as we're getting into what our efforts are around democracy. And as I'm looking around this room and thinking about those who are watching, what we're exploring are fundamental questions of how do we engage across difference? How do we talk to each other, civil discourse? But also, how do we interact in ways that are robust and meaningful? As we heard last night, if you were here for the SNF Dialogues event, Anna just mentioned with Hari Han from SNF Agora, democracy requires practice. It's about exercise. And part of this is for us to be thinking about those questions and those issues in our lives today. We really want to also welcome you in a fundamental way to this space. This is not the University of Delaware campus. This is a different location. We are in a building that has a rich, rich history. If you've had a chance at all to look around, and I would encourage you just to even look at the walls a little bit. This is an old building, 1789. When we talk about history and preservation, in many ways, this also falls into that story of democracy. Athens, the birthplace of democracy in the United States, kind of a torchbearer in many ways today. But this is a major challenge. Democracy, much like this building, is kind of rough around the edges, and if we don't preserve it, we have some real challenges in front of us because it may go away. And as we're talking about some of the themes today, this theme we will hear over and over. And for those who are, we have journalists, we have academics, we have students, we have members of the community, kind of broadly defined, showing up in this room. All of us have roles to play within this conversation, even if it might not quite feel like it. I want to just say a little bit about the theme of the summit, media and democracy. Anna has already alluded to this a little bit. I represent SNF Ithaca at the Biden School of Public Policy and Administration, and you might be wondering, why are you talking about media? For us, we live in a mediated world. I'm going to guess most people have something that looks sort of like this in your pocket. All of our lives are mediated, whether it's through technology, it's through even our interactions, utilizing those sources of information. These are all factors and forces that influence our lives, and the themes that we're going to be talking about today and tomorrow are going to touch on some of this. We're going to hear about the role of artificial intelligence, AI. What does that mean for newsrooms, but what does that mean for all of us? We're going to hear about the freedom of press and the importance of this globally and in the United States. Consolidation, who owns media? Who shapes what's being said or not? Also, we'll hear later today around the themes of what does it mean for the presidency to be shaped by media, or conversely, for the media to shape presidencies. We can think about that in a very contemporary way, but we can also think about this really in a largely historical fashion. And then also, again later tonight, we will hear about the role of satire, political satire. Comedy is a really important tool in kind of democratic life, but we have to understand its role and purpose. And in just a little bit, we're going to hear from two people, and I don't want to give it all away, but a couple who are on the left and right ends of the political spectrum, very public in many ways as journalists themselves, and they're going to talk about how do we think about these things within our own lives. So this is not only somehow abstract or disconnected from the who we are, how we live our lives in very public ways, but it's also going to show up in our interactions around the dinner table, in our places of worship, for example, in our communities, if you're standing over a fence at a Little League baseball game or something like that, or on the soccer field. How do we think about democracy being shaped by the ways that we interact and how we speak? And underneath all of this is the role of media, of how do we come to know who's part of my team or who's not. We heard last night this language of tribalism. We have all of these cues, and I'm a parent, I have little kids, and we have these things play out too. They will mention somebody has a certain flag or has said something. These are things, practices that we get introduced to very early in our lives, and we have to recognize and understand that. And a big part of our conversation today is to recognize and to understand those issues and challenges, but also, I think, in a positive way, to think about the possibilities. We're not just about naming problems, we're about trying to address them and find some solutions that will afford us an opportunity in many ways to see a thriving democracy here in Wilmington, here in Delaware, the United States, Greece, beyond, that outlasts us all.
Are we ready to start somehow?
I think so. I think so.
Okay, so let's invite on stage the co-president of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, Andreas Drakopoulos, who is joining us here for the summit, for the dialogues last night, so that we can hear some thoughts from him, and then we are ready to start with our guests of this summit.
That's
correct?
great.
Okay. Hi.
Is this working? Yeah. Good morning. Thank you all, first of all of you for being here this morning with us. Thank you to the SNF Ithaca Initiative and to iMEdD for co-hosting these 2 days. And a few words about who we are. SNF, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. We're about 28 years old. So there are quite a few people who are younger than us around. We've been active in more than 130 countries around the world in grant making activities. We have no policy. We don't try to impose any views. We just try to contribute to make this a better world. We operate in 4 areas: arts and culture, education, social welfare, and health and sports. So as you can see, these areas can basically include any project. And we are open for business 24/7, 365, and we try within our means to find ways to say yes. And if we say no, we have to really know the reason why we say no. We are currently in an initiative that we are undertaking called the Global Health Initiative. It's mainly in Greece and in the US. Has to do with building hospitals, dealing with mental health, supporting infectious diseases, doing fellowships, educating, and it's a really big project. It's like a $1 billion project. It's going to take us another at least 2-3 years for the main focus on it, but we continue to be active in all of the other areas we do. And civics is one of the other areas that we try to focus at this point. We had yesterday the SNF Dialogues, which is one of our 2 main initiatives, outreach initiatives, and we are very happy. We had the Hopkins, Ithaca, and the PenPedia in the discussion. We believe that all of our grantees are basically our partners, and we are very happy when we collaborate to do events like that. iMEdD, as Anna explained, it's more than 5 years old, so I think maybe the youngest here. We're very proud of what they have done and what they have achieved. iMEdD standing for the incubator for media education and development. It's exactly that, and we're trying in this way as SNF to contribute to a transparent and what I call healthy media. And iMEdD, as you probably know, has had 2 summits in Greece, and now it's the first time co-hosting with SNF Ithaca in Delaware. So we're very proud that we can do that here. I think the media and democracy, the world is in turmoil in many ways, but on the other hand, it's always been in turmoil. And the thing is this time any different? Henry Teams, who is the CEO of Lincoln Center and is a good friend, we were talking about this, and he said something which stuck with me. He spoke about what's going on is an algorithmic manipulation of all of us, and it ends up radicalizing all of us. And the issue is now with AI, with a lot of good things, as you youngsters will love AI. I'm sure it has a lot of benefits, and it will benefit life in many ways, but it can also act in many ways as a problem that we have to really watch out for. It becomes like everybody talks about fighting for democracy around the world, and in my view, as my kids say, I'm a boomer, so I'm old, but for me it's actually fighting for humanity. It's even more than fighting for democracy. Media, press, there's a reason why they call it the fourth estate, and as we all know, with power, that's what they teach you in school, with power comes responsibility. The power of the pen, as I call it, is huge, both physical or digital. And at the same time, trust is eroding towards many institutions, and media and the press are part of those institutions that people are losing faith, sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons. But the role of media is of utmost importance for democracy. What stuck with me also yesterday from the SNF Dialogues were a few words, which are very important words. Spoke about truth, about knowledge, about transparency. And I will end with Harris Hahn, who runs the SNF Agora Institute at Johns Hopkins, who said, "We don't have democracy, we do democracy." The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So we all agree, the three of us, that we have to do democracy and not just saying that we have democracy. Thank you very much, Andreas. Thank you for your remarks. And let's see how now two different, politically, persons can be a couple and and stay at the same home.
Absolutely. So we, as I said a moment ago, we have all sorts of conversations. We'll have panels and keynotes. But this morning, we're going to start with a one-on-one between John Avlon and Margaret Hoover, who are going to come out in just a moment, I believe. And we're really inviting them to, we've titled this session, Bridging Divides at Home and Beyond. And so there's an invitation and an opportunity. This is going to be a little bit different. We're going to pose a question, a couple questions, and they're going to sit down. We're going to walk away. And then they're going to have some conversation amongst each other with some themes that we've proposed, but we'll see how this goes. And I think in some ways, this is also why it's so important. This is real, it's in our lives, and sometimes it shows up at our dinner table.
Challenging.
Challenging, right? Well, let's hear from them and see what they have to say. So if we could introduce to the stage Margaret Hoover and John Avlon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Margaret.
Hi. Good morning.
So we're going to, like I said a moment ago, we're going to pose a couple questions, and we'll step away. And
no, I suggest standing like this.
Just
yeah, and add some more pressure.
Well, yeah. So the first question is, how do you navigate this at home? You are politically on different ends of the spectrum, right? As we might kind of frame and talk about this in the United States. How does this play out within your kind of personal lives around the dinner table and the environment that is not on a stage or in a studio or on a campaign trail, those sorts of things? So how does this play in your lives?
Sorry for interrupting, but we know so many families that they stopped having dinners and lunches exactly because they disagree on politics.
And because it always seems like the uncle too, right? There's always the bad uncle.
There's always the uncle.
Yeah. So maybe that's the first part of our question.
Yeah, and of course, for all of us, it would be useful to hear from you, since you're both public persons. How do you manage your personal public profile according to your different political preferences?
Sure. Well,
take it away.
First, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys
Thanks,
so much
guys.
for having us.
This
Really
is when we
appreciate it. This
disappear
is where
behind
they
the
walk
curtain.
off the stage because they're like,
Good luck.
just started a
Thank
food
you.
fight. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, I think the first part of it is that we, in our own lives, need to remember that people matter even more than politics, and that there are a lot of mixed marriages in America. And by the way, that's really healthy, and we shouldn't exaggerate the differences. I'm center left. You're what I would call in this context center right.
Absolutely, I'm center right. I also feel like we should maybe define sort of the he says we're opposite sides of the political spectrum. I think of opposite sides as far more extreme than we are because our hyperpolarized environment. I mean, I would say we're sort of at 40-yard lines, not 20-yard.
Which is actually traditionally the way the debates have been had in America, and is far healthier than debates being dominated by the extremes.
And we don't try to focus on what we disagree on. I think we try to focus on what we agree on and where there are points of commonality. And actually, I would just say, like on a broad scale, look, I grew up in a Republican family, come from a long Republican lineage, worked in a Republican White House, on a Republican staff on Capitol Hill for 2 Republican presidential campaigns. So like there's a consistency. But in the context of where we are right now, I haven't voted for Donald Trump once. I mean, Donald Trump actually brought us together.
That's true. See, there's a silver lining to
because there are
everything.
underlying ideas and values, I think, that I believe in that we agree on. But I stubbornly fight for a different version of the Republican Party than I see espoused in the current national debate for the most part right now. So that's, just to give you if we want to be realistic about it, that's the contours of how the center-right perspective that I bring to the table matches up with where you are on the center-left, I think.
Yeah, and I just think that, I see this all the time, at home in New York on Long Island. There are a lot of mixed marriages, and I think that's very healthy. And I think it does depend on not this weaponizing of politics where we demonize people we disagree with. This is an old debate. This is what democracy is about. Thomas Jefferson famously said in his first inaugural address, every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. And we need to remember that, right? We need to have an assumption of goodwill when we have our discussions, which, by the way, is something we had to work at.
We did. But let's get to that. First, I think we should do you, so people understand you and how you come to the table, right? Okay. We just did this sort of high level, like, this can be done, we're doing it. But I think, let me just sort of, why don't we dive into...
I'm being put on the firing line is what's happening here.
As per our instructions. Okay. So John Avlon, you are a Democrat. You're running for Congress right now on Long Island. However, that has been a very recent evolution because until February, you had been an employee at CNN as an anchor and an analyst, where you had been for 12 years. You have also, in your adult life, been a lead singer of a band, a speechwriter for a mayor of New York City, a columnist for the New York Sun, the editor-in-chief of a digital newsroom, The Daily Beast. You have written 4 books.
It just can't even remember it.
You have become a historian, a historian particularly of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington. So what's the arc? Because most people don't put all those together.
Yeah.
Is there a through line?
There absolutely is a through line. And I think that the takeaway here is that, yes, I have moved from journalism to the side of my life where I'm an author and historian to now running for office and getting in the arena. But to me, those things are all a complementary evolution and with deep continuity of purpose for me. There is necessarily tension between journalism and politics and politicians, right? We're talking about media and democracy. I've spent most of my life in some variation of that. But in some countries, there's a greater tradition than the United States of journalists stepping up and running for office. In the U.S., we've got Teddy Roosevelt. And actually, in the early 20th century, it was much more common for local newspaper editors to run for Congress. But if you think about it, it should be because we're all motivated by the same things. It's two sides of the same coin. We care, journalists and people involved in public service. We care about our country. We care about our communities. We care about great civic debates, right? We want to ideally focus on solutions rather than just problems. And at some point, engaging in those conversations as a commentator, analyst, anchor, especially I feel at this particular time in our country's history, the question I asked and Margaret and I debated whether before I took this step was, where can we do the most good? And for me, it's as a historian looking at times in history, I think this is one of those times where citizens need to step up and defend our democracy. And I personally didn't want to look at our kids and say, we could have done more when it mattered most. So I took the step. But for me, it's the continuity of purpose. It's a great love of our country. I'm the grandson of immigrants, so I'm very Greek immigrants, as a matter of fact. So I'm very patriotic. And the conversation I've been having about trying to strengthen the vital center in American politics on air as an editor-in-chief, as a columnist, as an author, has now led to running for Congress as a Democrat on Long Island.
Since the topic of this is bridging divides at home and beyond, one of your first books after Independent Nation, which was about centrism and leading centrist in American politics. So talk about bridging divides.
Annoyingly consistent in some respects.
But then you did something different, which was you took a deep dive on extremism in American politics in your book Wingnuts. So how does that help us bridge divides?
Well, so most of my writing has been about this challenge within media and democracy of how we confront the dangers of hyperpartisanship and polarization to our democracy, and ideally proposing solutions. And the book Wingnuts, which I wrote in 2010, based on reporting I was doing in the first year of the Obama administration, the sort of birth of the Tea Party movement, was to play offense from the center against the extremes, to look at the feedback loop that exists between the extremes without pretending there's kind of moral equivalence. And when you see these eruptions of extremism, particularly in our times on the far right, to understand what they come from. Because they're self-defeating, but they're also self-perpetuating. And I think that the fragmentation of media and social media has amplified the loudest, angriest voices. And that points to a possible solution. We can take more responsibility at strengthening the guardrails. What I didn't anticipate when I wrote Wingnuts a decade and change ago was that the problem would get so much worse. I thought that there would be simply an electoral corrective. At some point, Republicans would get tired of losing. But now we've just discarded, for some folks on the far right, the idea of majoritarian democracy itself and it winning over everything. And that's a divide to conquer impulse that has always been the Achilles heel of democracies. Mobs and dividing to conquer and tribal politics that demonize other groups in order to get ahead. That's the danger that we're confronting.
The book Washington's Farewell warns about hyperpartisanship. I mean, Washington, of course, famously left his 2 terms in office peacefully, started the peaceful transition of power.
It's a good tradition, that peaceful transfer of power, yeah.
But left peacefully with warnings about how to maintain a republic. One of those warnings was about hyperpartisanship. What else?
It's the prime warning. So I wrote a book on George Washington's farewell address, where he really summed up the hard-won wisdom of his life in a letter to his, quote, friends and fellow citizens, which is a term I love. It's a term we could stand to use more. Friends and fellow citizens. And it was a letter to future generations. It was a letter to us about the forces that he feared could destroy a democratic republic based on the lessons of history, going back to ancient Greece and Rome. And his number one warning is what we would call hyperpartisanship. They called faction. It was focusing not on the things that unite us, but the things that divide us. He saw that there was strength in moderation. He was not a member of a political party as a matter of principle, but he recognized it was probably inevitable. But we needed to keep him in check and keep focused on the larger goals. And he warned that, that among the problems with hyperpartisanship is that it could, quote, occasionally foment riot and insurrection. And when I wrote the book in, 2015, 16, that seemed like an exaggeration. And then we had January 6th. It's not. And so especially when people try to wrap themselves in the cloak of the founding fathers and say that they somehow, no one in our country gets to own the American flag, American history, or the Bible. It belongs to all of us, or your whatever book of faith you follow. But especially to remember that the founding fathers warned against the very forces we're dealing with and wrestling with today. And so actually combating hyperpartisanship is upholding our best founding traditions. All right, I want to flip the script on you. So you are... you come by your partisanship honestly?
Not hyperpartisanship.
No,
though.
Of course not.
Because there's a difference.
There's a major difference.
There's an old world where we like people like places like the House of Representatives where you aspire to participate. In its best days, there were the Democrats and the Republicans, but half the bills were passed by with bipartisan majority. It
helped when there were progressive Republicans and conservative Democrats. You could always form a coalition, although a lot of problems came out of that as well.
But partisanship is not always a dirty word. I think it's the hyper-partisanship.
Especially not in your house. She is the great granddaughter of President Herbert Hoover. So when I say she comes by it honestly, this is an article of faith.
You can tell. No, stop. It is not. I love you. I love you. See, that's how you do it, guys. You say, I disagree, and I love you.
There you go.
And actually, I learned that from you.
Thanks.
But I am descendant of Herbert Hoover, and actually, so Herbert Hoover, for you guys who are here, I don't know how much American history you've had. I learned that Herbert Hoover, when I was in 7th grade, was the president that caused the Great Depression, did very little to fix it, and really didn't care much about the suffering of American people. And the Great Depression, of course, was the largest economic calamity in American history up to that point, the second largest calamity if you consider the Civil War a major calamity in our history, which I do and everybody does. So actually growing up with that was a very interesting thing for me because there's a lot of other things about Herbert Hoover aside from the thing I just told you. He's a man who lived in public life for 50 years. He lived for 90 years. And the only reason he became popular in the first place or known was because he pioneered international humanitarian food relief by keeping an entire country in the middle of World War I, Belgium, alive through direct food relief as a private citizen. So an individual citizen who was an American, who happened to be living in London, figured out how to deliver food relief for an entire country for the course of the war, saving 10 million Belgians and Northern French citizens who were caught behind the lines. And this model ended up becoming the model for any kind of famine relief we have in the world now. It became the model that UNICEF used. It is part of the reason what Hoover figured out was why we actually, how we know how to mobilize humanitarian food relief when there is famine, and we know how to stave off famine, because he figured this out. He had this extraordinary life. He was not born of privilege. He was born, the first president born west of the Mississippi in Frontier, Iowa. He was orphaned. His mother died when he was 9. His father had already died when he was 6. So he was an entirely self-made person. And beyond figuring out how to stave off famine in Europe, he then brought those skills to the United States during crises in the United States, like the 1927 Mississippi River flood, where massive portions of the South were flooded. And Hoover, as Commerce Secretary, came down, and there just sort of became this feeling, Hoover, I know you're going to cut me off because I'm doing too much about Hoover, but I'm very proud of that legacy. By the way, there are a lot of things. Don't always trust what your history books tell you, because the winners write history. But 2, I think what it did for me in terms of my politics and in terms of getting to the theme of this conversation, bridging divides, is that I grew up sort of very comfortable embodying a set of views that seemed unpopular to most people. Right? Hoover was somebody that most people thought of as a bad guy. I knew another story. So when there's something that I knew to be true, I was very comfortable being associated with an unpopular view.
And what Hoover's conservatism represented is very different than what sometimes goes, very different than the policies that parade under the far right today. I mean, this is a belief.
There's not a through line at all.
Right. Well, I think that's the important point I want to drill down on. He wrote a book called American Individualism and said that individualism within a sense of community was what made America different than many European countries. This was a view about collective organizations and charitable organizations rather than doing everything through the government. You wrote a book called American Individualism that updated that argument a decade ago. And the Republican Party's taken a decidedly different path. So how do you see your vision and version of republicanism and conservatism in the current context?
Yeah, I wrote this, the idea, thank you, to your point, was that Republicans had lost several national elections. We've continued to lose national elections. And my view was that we ought to try to update our ideas and make them more competitive to be able to win general elections. The Republican Party writ large didn't take the note. So I stand by everything I wrote in my book for the most part. I mean, most of the ideas, though, are now embodied by centrist Democrats. I mean, I heard John Avlon making a pitch for how Democrats should be on immigration, and it's almost riffed from the book I wrote for how a new generation of conservatives could save the Republican Party circa 2011. Right? We need a border, but we need legal immigration, and we need, all the sort of pragmatic solutions that we know would be embodied in a comprehensive immigration reform package that Republicans have now walked away from. So I think for me, I stand for a certain set of ideas, stubbornly recognizing that they're not the popular or reigning ideas within the context of the current Republican Party, but also stubbornly believing that those ideas need somewhere to go. While they might not be embodied by the current Republican Party, at some point, these ideas, they're not entirely aligned with the Democratic Party now. And there's an approach towards fiscal responsibility that I think we might differ on. I think there's maybe an approach to education reform that we might have different views on. I don't know. We have to hash this all out. But to the but let me against the backdrop of that, I think there are places that we agree and there are places that we definitely don't agree. But I think the way to come to it is to be connected to the values that underpin it, and then pragmatically try to solve for the problems that we identify are mutually need to be solved.
But I'm going to brag on you for a second, because also it's the good fight to stand up for what you believe consistently, no matter what the prevailing political winds might be, particularly if it's rooted in decency and real values.
Well,
I will say, Margaret,
can I just cut you off?
No.
Please, because I was going to say, I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do.
What am I going to do?
You're going to talk about how I, as a Republican, became supportive of LGBT equality. See,
we know each
that's
other.
What
Gardens
happens
of people
when you're
grow
married
together.
To
That's
somebody.
True. That's exactly what I was going to do.
But I was going to say.
But I'm very proud of you for that.
Well, that's what can happen if you have the.
Explain to people what happened.
If you have the courage of your convictions, you can stand in a group but stand apart and try to bring the group along with you. So I was part of a group of Republicans who, frankly, over the course of a decade, you guys who are here in the front may not know, it happens to be true that 10 years ago you could not marry somebody of the same gender. Crazy. I know. I see weird faces. You guys are like, what? What? Yeah, I don't know. Like 10 years ago, people of the same gender could not get married. And actually, that's how it was always until very, very recently. Part of the reason there was one political party that was really pushing against this, but actually most of the country is against this. I mean, many leading Democratic candidates were not for same-sex marriage either. But I was involved in a group of Republicans and conservatives who made the case to Republicans and conservatives in state legislatures across the country, and then ultimately in the U.S. Senate to pass a bill so that conservatives could recognize that there was a very strong conservative argument and, frankly, American argument to marriage equality and freedom to marry. But for me, it's about having a level playing field and that having the laws apply equally to all citizens, regardless of your orientation.
What a crazy idea. Also, freedom was the argument you made.
Yeah, it's called freedom to marry. Anyway.
Before I want to talk about your show, Firing Line, because I'm also proud of that, especially in the context of a conversation about bridging divides in media and democracy. So you revived William F. Buckley's famous conservative show Firing Line, which had been on PBS for 3 decades, but you've made it your own in terms of an oasis of a place where you can have a civil contest of ideas.
I did the exact same thing that Buckley did. Buckley has a 30-minute program, one guest, one conversation for 30 minutes, no commercials. And that in this media environment is completely unheard of. I mean, you get 5 minutes of a split screen on any other place, and on PBS, fortunately, you have these. Our program is entirely privately funded, and so we're able to have a long form conversation about anything that we want. And I have had every single view almost represented on the program, from Bernie Sanders as a guest to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the current governor of Arkansas. And so the whole political spectrum has been represented, and that's what Buckley did. Buckley took ideas seriously. He invited people on who would engage in a rigorous contest of ideas. And I have come to say that civil discourse is our civic responsibility. And that's what we model on Firing Line, riff directly from Buckley. There's another piece of this, though, right? And this goes to bridging divides, and then we'll get to the main thrust of this conversation. Buckley created a space for a new set of ideas on the right? He really became the major television personality of the modern American conservative movement. Now we're going deep on sort of conservative history, but in the U.S., there is no real robust conservative movement that's about ideas right now. It has been completely overshadowed by Trump and Trumpism. There is no platform for the Republican Party. It is just Trump and Trumpism.
Literally. Yeah.
Like, there is no platform. Like, a document does not exist because Trump threw it away and said, we don't need ideas. It's just my ideas. It's just me. So this is incredibly far.
Did I mention the Founding Fathers warned against demagogues? That was also one of the things they primarily wanted.
So actually, I think what we can do on Firing Line is actually something similar too. Create a space for ideas to begin to populate and emulate, so that perhaps maybe in a future without a demagogue running the Republican Party, we can actually have a place for ideas to espouse and to begin to think and recreate sort of what what a consistent set of ideas are going to be for a new set of realities that we live in.
I think there are but beneath the labels of Republican, Democrat, you see there's a lot of overlap. And doesn't that track with what I think we all know on some level, or should know, about our friends and fellow citizens? That there's always more that unites us than divides us as Americans. And when we make a series of assumptions and stereotypes based on what group someone belongs to or seems to belong to, we do them a disservice. We make it more difficult to communicate. And this is difficult in our times. If we're going to be honest, I wrote a book on Abraham Lincoln, and his superpower was empathy, even in the middle of a civil war. But our empathy has been strained.
Wait, how empathy is actually how we do this? Can you just give an example? Can you give a story of what you mean by Abraham Lincoln's superpower was empathy? And by the way, here's what we're driving to. The question that we're supposed to answer in this segment of the thing is, how do you approach political discussions at home, and how do your personal politics play out given your various roles? So let's start with empathy. And can you just please tell the story, about Abraham Lincoln's empathy?
I will give an abbreviated version because I want to make sure we talk about solutions as well. But in the midst of a civil war, with a country divided against itself, the Americans murdering Americans, and Lincoln being threatened with death and assassination every day, he still tried to model in public and in private. He said, I'm not anti-South, I'm anti-slavery. They are just what we would be if we were in their position, right? He refused to demonize the people he disagreed with. He gave orders that his cabinet members weren't supposed to demonize their Confederate brethren, because this was a family feud about something desperately serious that was worth fighting for. But he was focused on how we could reunite and reconcile. And he didn't give in to the hatred and throw that kind of divisive rhetorical red meat, which is why his speeches endure to this day. It's the example we set in private. And this is the example, he went and met a bunch of soldiers who'd been wounded in a battlefield behind enemy lines, in effect, in Petersburg. And then he was walking out and he saw another small tent in the back, and he asked the doctor, who's there? And he said, you don't need to go there. Those are wounded rebel soldiers. And he said, that's exactly where I do need to go. You need to reach out beyond your comfort zone. You need to talk to people, and even those people who you have deep disagreements with, to reach out as a human being and to recognize the I and thou. And that's where the magic happens in a civil society. But it needs to be maintained like a garden. This is Benjamin Franklin, a republic if we can keep it. It requires that kind of reaching out.
Okay, so what do you believe are the key elements to fostering a healthy political discourse in a deeply polarized society?
So I would just say that this is the project of our country in our lifetime. We need to defend liberal democracy, I believe, at home and abroad. But we need to put everything through a filter, I think, after this fever breaks, God willing. We need to think not about partisan politics as much as what are the forces that can unite us rather than divide us. And I wrote an essay with John Haidt and some other friends, Maya McGinnis, about this called the Unum test. And think about it in political reforms. You need to adjust the incentive structure in our politics. It's all screwed up. It's forced people to the extremes, particularly on the right. And those are things like redistricting reform and open primaries, ranked choice voting. They're things we can do. I think the economic element is enormously important. We've hollowed out the middle of our politics. At the same time, we've hollowed out the middle of our economy by having the middle class being squeezed for decades. That's not a coincidence to me. We need to think about our economics entirely or largely about how we can rebuild the middle class. But the final part is the cultural part. And this is about things like civics education, which we have cut. We need to lean into teaching civics education again. We need to strengthen the guardrails around our democracy to strengthen American democracy for the 21st century with things like algorithm reforms. Right now, the incentive structures in our civil discourse online, and I say this as a former, editor-in-chief of a digital news organization, the algorithms, which are artificial, are rewarding the most extreme and conspiratorial voices, and therefore they elevate the most extreme and conspiratorial figures in media and politics. So we need to adjust. We need algorithm reform. We need to combat digital disinformation. It's being used to weaken our democracy. And finally, I think we need some form of public service again that's broad, not just military service, but working in parks or local government or Teach for America. And that can be in the exchange for student loans. But we need that kind of bridging experience that breaks people out of their respective bubbles and gets to know people from different perspectives and realign the nation on those lines. We need to think about how to reunite our nation very deliberately after this fever breaks. And I think the digital divides and disinformation is one of the most urgent and difficult ones to get our heads around. What do you think?
I think it goes back to the thing you said with Abraham Lincoln. It's empathy. I mean, it's really easy to get in your corner. It's really easy to believe that you're right and those guys are wrong. And I think one of the things that we've learned just interpersonally, and frankly, I've learned from you, is the way I just said, no, you're totally wrong, but I love you, right? Like, because actually that's what we have to do in our families. And that's what we have to do in our neighborhoods and in our communities and in our synagogues and our churches, right? Like, and then if you know that you're coming from, and you trust that the person you're sitting across with is coming from a place of good faith, that you know that their interest is in trying to have the best solution or not, and not trying, they're coming, that their heart is good and that they're trying to solve for something, then you can, suspend disbelief and engage with that. And that's what we just all have to begin doing in our own personal lives. We have to model it, I think, in our own personal lives. And I think with our children, even in our families, right? Like our kids get that we agree sometimes and disagree sometimes, but there's never any doubt that we're all patriotic. We all wrap ourselves in the American flag. We all believe deeply in a set of ideas about what makes this experiment in history, in human history, and in human civilization so unique, and that they are so lucky to get to be part of it, especially at this time. And so I just think it's perspective also. It's empathy and perspective.
Empathy and perspective and that assumption of goodwill, even though it may be strained. It's trying to always keep in mind that there's more than unites us than divides us, that's an article of faith in a diverse democracy.
But that's not an abstract concept. That's something like
it's a day-to-day
real right
lived
here.
Experience.
Like,
yeah.
And
keeping a sense of humor, which sometimes has been lost in our civic conversations as well. We need to make sure that we're aware of our responsibilities as well as our rights, that we have a sense of humor, because that is the shortest distance between two people. And I'll bring it back home with something Joe Biden says often about his time in the Senate. And it's not always popular when he says this, but I think there's something deeply true about it. He said, I learned to question a person's judgment, but not their motives. And I think that's that line in a civil society where we can disagree agreeably, we can try to find constructive compromises. We can ultimately remember there's more than unites us than divides us, but don't impugn people's motives in a deeply personal way, because that builds walls between people, not bridges.
Amen.
All right, thank you all very much. I love you. Take care.
Let's give a hand. Margaret Hoover, John Avalon, thank you so much. Thank you. So we can do this. We can figure this out, right?
We can do this. We have to do this.
All right. So thank you so much. So what's going to happen now? We're going to do a little transition in just a moment to the next panel, and we'll change some seating. We've got some other folks who are going to be coming on the stage. But I just want to highlight, listening to John and Margaret, right, the realities, the possibilities of how we can think about politics maybe differently. Anna raised a great question just a little bit ago, right? How do we think about the role of journalists? She posed the question, right? Who wants to be a journalist, or who's interested in politics? You may not think of politics as something you aspire to or want to be involved with, but in a lot of ways, all of our lives are shaped by political issues and questions. It's a reality that we have to acknowledge in some ways, whether we want to kind of step directly into that or not. So our next conversation is going to be with a few folks, and we'll introduce them in just a moment. Look at this, it happens in real time. I'm like the sideshow over here. We're going to have conversations with people who are going to really represent different perspectives and experiences as we think about kind of media broadly defined. And I think it's going to be a little bit different structure than what we've just experienced, right? So we just had a one-on-one. What we're going to start to do now with this discussion is a panel discussion. And I think we're just probably about ready for folks to come out to the stage. Look at this, real time. I could even come over here now. This is great. So if I could invite our panel to the stage, where we're going to be talking about this reality of media and its kind of diverse forms. And if you're asking, like, what do those words even mean? We're going to help kind of explain some of that. So I'm going to stop talking for a second. I'm going to get to the kind of right position, and we'll get going. So if you need to hop up and grab any more food or drink or things like that. Now, hang on, don't all jump. Where's your teacher? But we'll get started in just a second. All right. Have I kept my microphone? Okay. I was told to give my microphone away, but I'm going to hang on to it. So thank you to all of you who are joining us here on the stage now for this panel discussion. We are going to be talking about media ownership and pluralism. And we're going to explain, one, what that even really means. How do we think about this? And we're going to hear from perspectives, as you can see, and we're going to do a little bit of introduction in just a moment, of Denai, Danilo, Jessica, and Michael, who they are, where they're coming from, their experiences. And then I think it's going to make a little bit more sense why we're sitting on this stage together. So can I turn to you first just to say who you are, where you're coming from, and what do you think about some of this?
Hello. My name is Danai Maragudaki. The second one is a bit difficult. I am a journalist. I come from Greece, and especially Athens in Greece. I work for Solomon. It's a small investigative outlet in Athens. My colleagues basically started the media, the outlet, a few years back during the refugee crisis in Greece. They have worked a lot of stories they have written about migration, and now in the last few years, we mostly do things like stories about accountability, digital threats, and transparency, corporations and stuff. It's not easy. It's not easy being a journalist in Greece. That's basically the mood I'm coming in. We are really low in the freedom of press. And also if you think that we are basically a European country, which makes it a bit more tragic. I think that's it for the beginning. Then we can talk about the rest.
No, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Hello, welcome. My name is Danilo Yannick. I'm on the faculty at the Biden School and affiliated faculty, as you see with all the information. I'm an urbanist, and so my question looking at media was how we understand, how we as citizens form our cognitive map. It didn't take too long then to move from looking at straight urban policies to looking at media and how that might affect what we know as citizens, what that structure is, what that system does, and how it's organized, and what are the results of given the information that we get as citizens. It didn't take too long then to move to looking at specific policies, but I've been doing a whole lot of work on media ownership questions, particularly at the local level. So that's what brings me here. I hope I do okay.
We'll find out in the next 46 minutes. All right.
Hi, I'm Jessica Yellen. I spent most of my career in legacy media, covering Washington politics, campaigns, Capitol Hill, and I ended as the chief White House correspondent at CNN covering the Obama administration. I left before Trump was president, and I, early on, before people were doing this, decided that the future of communications was on social media and digital, and I started taping small 3-minute videos explaining the news on Instagram before anybody was doing that. So if you're annoyed that everybody thinks they're a journalist by reporting short videos on social media, you can blame me. I had the dubious distinction of being the person who said, like, this is the future of news. I now have an independent media brand I call News, Not Noise, that's focused on informing people with facts and information that keeps you calm and informed. You can find me on Instagram at Jessica Yellen, and I have a Substack newsletter called News Not Noise as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Caine. I am not the famous actor. I'm somebody else, but somebody else who has spent 42 years in this crazy media business. I started as a sports writer. That's what I wanted to do, coming out of J school. right outside of Washington, D.C. In those 42 years, we have lived in 8 different markets. I have had 19 bosses. I have had 29 roles. And it has run the gamut from ground level sports writing all the way up to a corporate position. I say up, you call it what you want. Moved to corporate positions to help a portfolio of over 220 local news sites around this country, plus Great Britain. It's been a fascinating journey actually, and love being here. This discussion is just so important to me. Transformation and the future of democracy. We're at an important crossroads. Glad you're here.
Great, thank you to all of you. So this is, I think, a fascinating conversation to be having here at the beginning, right? On the front end of a full day and a half of conversations around media and its role in democracy. And so the first question I want to ask everyone here is, how do you even make sense of this language of pluralism? Why do we need to think about media, I mean, in a plural form, right? Or how has that changed over time? What's different in the places where you are, whether we're talking about Greece or the United States, those who spend time thinking about this? How has media changed over time in ways that would be helpful for people to, as we think about the kind of diverse audience we have here and online, how they have different experiences around that? And this is open, so whoever wants to kind of jump on this, how have things changed?
Can I? Okay. Sure. First of all, I feel that basically I come from a completely different background, and then since yesterday that I also heard the other conversations, it's kind of difficult to explain basically to here in the US how it is to come from a small country. That, for example, let's start with a language problem, that we are 10 million country, and only we speak Greek. So basically we have an audience problem. Starting with that, I mean, I'm trying to explain that we have a completely different media ownership model. We had a huge problem during I'm just going to give a bit of historical context so that you can understand. During the financial crisis in 2010, about then, we had some huge media outlets that they went bankrupt. After that, we had some oligarchs that basically came, Greek and mostly Greek, and they start buying these old traditional legacy media outlets. The next day, what happened is that we now have at least 5 oligarchs in Greece, in such a small country, that they own one big media, TV and print, a shipping company, and shipping in Greece is a big deal, also a soccer team, and a lot of other corporations that have sometimes a shady ownership model, because, you know, for example, that they can be based in Cyprus, in Cayman Islands, sometimes in Delaware, and it's not easy to understand who is behind that. So I'm trying to say, to conclude, that we have an ownership problem, we have a pluralism problem, because most of them, most of our media belong to specific private interests and corporation interests.
One of the things that I think Gannett did a really good job of, and I'm most familiar with Gannett, I spent 32 years there, although recently departed, breaking news. But I think Gannett did a wonderful job with diversity and drawing in as many voices as we could. It's really important. Long-held belief that newsrooms should reflect the demographics of the audience that we serve. This is why I think local journalism is so important. And it has to be run by journalists in local markets, and they know their market best. But that newsroom had better be diverse and reflective of what they see and hear in those markets. We partnered with nonprofits recruiting minority journalists, from Black journalists to Hispanic journalists, to bring people to us. We need more journalists, by the way. I'll come back to you with a commercial on that, perhaps. But we're out there actively recruiting all the time for minority representation in our newsrooms. And externally, I think we did a good job, could always be better, but we did a good job putting journalists in what we called underrepresented communities. It's easy, if you're in Wilmington, Delaware, maybe to push reporters out to the suburbs. That's the wrong way to go. So we have reporters stationed who are working the neighborhoods and are working the local police, local fire, local concerns, local politicians. Need more of them too, by the way. And so I think that we've done a good job, and we track this, we measure this. But most importantly, we see how our content resonates with a diverse community, and I think that's critical.
I think one of the most sort of obvious ways that pluralism is expanded in the media is if you look at the history of TV news. You know, you go back to the 60s and you think about who were the faces of TV news in America, and those are often seen as our halcyon days in the media because we all had the same front page effect. We were all watching the same thing. And it was also, you know, three white guys at ABC, NBC, CBS who lived on the Upper West Side of New York or in a certain part of Washington, D.C., and they reflected certain views. And now you look at where we're getting our information, and it's literally who you all follow on TikTok or who you're following on Instagram. It could not be more diverse. And it's been wildly democratized. We can talk a lot about how the media has changed and the consolidation of ownership. But in terms of empowering more voices, we really have been able to do that through a lot of the new technology. I think at the same time, that has created a lot of new problems. And so I would say media ownership, pluralism, and valuing expertise should be part of the conversation. Pluralism has its value, but so does understanding that journalism is a craft that's based on training, experience, and gathering facts that not every voice and person out there with a phone is practicing, and we need to underscore the value of that as well.
Yeah, I'd like to come back to that problems question, because I think there is this fascinating dynamic when we talk about democratizing, opening up the possibilities. Anybody with a blog or internet access, right, or now with a phone, right, can do these things. But to what end? You were going to say something there too.
Yes, I was. I think Janet is right in terms of the possibilities. I do my work, a lot of it in local journalism, and let me tell you a little bit about that consolidation. We looked at a few years ago, just before COVID, we looked at the content of 861 stations throughout the country. 5 station groups controlled half of that content. So we said if you control that content, rather if you have that ownership and control profile, what happens to content? And we define content as duplicating content, text reuse, right? Man bites dog, man bites dog, man bites dog. It turns out that in those situations when station groups controlled stations through a it's called a service agreement, doesn't matter what it's called. Then once you got there, in order to achieve economies of scale, over half of the content was duplicated. The same words. And that's what consolidation has done at the local level. And it will continue to do. Michael's correct to do all those things and bring different journalists to do journalism. But what happens is you have a corporate structure that says, no, we have to achieve economies of scale. And so whatever those other aspects that you might bring to the information, we have to achieve economies of scale. And that affects greatly the information that we see. So I want to get to this problems question, or some of these challenges, right, as you were naming it. But I want to do an audience participation thing here for just for a moment. You're not going to yell anything. This is a hand raise that would just be helpful.
where do you get your news, or where do you get information, or when do you find out about the thing that has happened? How does that come to you? So I'm gonna go through a series of these for just a second, and if you want to just raise your hand, this is not an only one, you can be an all that apply, so you can do these sorts of things. How many of you watch news? I mean, to Jessica's point, right, referencing kind of the big three as we talk about it in the classic way. I was a Tom Brokaw house. We were NBC people. How many watch the evening news, the 6 o'clock, 6:30? All right. Yeah, okay. All right. Fair enough. How many get it in your newspaper, whether it's in print? Well, let me ask you that. How many of you read a real news, like a dead tree? How many of you get it online? That's a lot of hands. How many of you get it through social media? And I guess when I say that, I should, like, this is the TikToks of the world and Instagram. Those are the cool ones. I just joined not too long ago. One of my colleagues said I had to if I was going to be with it. I'm one of those old guys still in the Facebook world mostly, right? But this varies, right? How we get information, how we access information in real time. And as a professor, I ask my students this every semester. We actually co-taught a class this year, and we had this discussion at one point, and one student just said very boldly, "I don't even know where or how I could buy a newspaper if I wanted." She had no idea where to go. 7-Eleven maybe, or your grocery store, these sorts of things. But the landscape has changed, right? So when we're talking about like how things have changed, clearly the channels, the venues, the vehicles for information. But you mentioned, Jessica, this really, I think, an interesting point here. We now have so much possibility of finding out what's going on, but it's not all true. It's not all accurate, right? I mean, we have a professional journalist, right? A recently departed journalist, right? You are in the role that you're stepping into, right? A journalist, but in a different form, right? What are some of those challenges you were referencing earlier that come with this sense of opening up, moving us beyond the few voices who were either presenting at 6 or 6:30 in the evening, the kind of gatekeeping that what makes the front page of the paper, those sorts of things that you were alluding to, and then others could speak to?
Let me give a little context about why I made the change, and that helps inform like what I think some of the challenges are. I had spent my career in TV news, and I was constantly on the election trail interviewing undecided voters. As a political correspondent, that's who you talk to. Overwhelmingly, they were women who would yell at me about the news. I was on CNN at the time, and they would just scream at me about CNN. And they'd say, all you do is panic me and go to commercial break, and you don't give me enough information. And they would take out lists of paper and ask questions. Is this candidate going to raise my taxes? Is this candidate going to on and on and on? You're not answering these, you're just screaming. So I had this idea that there were people out there who couldn't ingest the news the way we were doing it. And there wasn't a way for me to do it differently from inside. So I decided to do it on the phone, where I would have a conversation with people and ask them what they didn't understand and answer their questions. And I started doing that, and I started a dialogue with the audience. So that's one of the wins of new media and social media, is that you actually get instant feedback and you can engage. For example, people would say to me, I don't know what a sanctions is. What is a sanctions? And I'd be like, okay, here's what sanctions means. And then you onboard people just by that little explanation. So that's the win. The challenge is everybody's out there. How many of you have spent time on either TikTok or Instagram scrolling somebody, they tell you one thing that's a great video, and then all of a sudden, half an hour later, you're watching their whole feed, and you've been going down a rabbit hole, watching one person's version of the news on and on and on for endlessly.
Do I get to raise my hand
here? Yes.
Okay.
And then after half an hour, you're like, wait, who is this person? What are their credentials? How do they know what they're talking about? And there's almost no information. And a lot of us have not been trained in even thinking about who are these people, where do they come from, and how do they know? I think there's also the challenge in this environment where we validate every voice of no longer saying that people who have expertise and experience should have more authority on a thing than some random person. And the last thing I'll say, because I could go on this, is that we've also been taught so well to be skeptical of everything, to believe there's propaganda, disinformation, algorithmic spin. We have not taken the time to learn how to discern what to believe. We're quick to disbelieve, but how do we know what to believe?
One of the things that in my experience that is happening, and it's moving faster than our industry, and I'm from legacy media, so that's my perspective. What is the definition of truth these days? What is the definition of bias? Is it possible these days for a journalist to be unbiased? It's a great question to ask classes, I've learned. What is credibility then? And it really even gets down to what is local. When we talk about local news, if I were to ask 20 of you, what is the definition of local in local news, you might get 20 different answers in a world that is so connected so quickly with information and voices. And so those definitions, as they evolve, has really hampered our industry, our legacy businesses, as we try to evolve and keep up, and yet not lose a foundational stone that says we've got to have a North Star for doing this the right way.
Don't feel like you have to say something.
I was going to come back to Jessica's notion. I do a class on media and citizenship and public policy. And the thing I come down to is that for students to say, how do you know? How do you know? Who were you? How do you know? And the other thing is they think this idea, I think all of us, we have to look at phones or whatever have you all the time and consume news as if we're drinking from a fire hydrant. You can't do that. It's way too much work. So pick the particular issues that you want to follow and follow it. But the idea of thinking that you're somehow misinformed or uninformed if you are not always on social media is self-defeating. All you know is a lot of stuff that you don't know, kind of idea. And so the idea about Bill Kovach and Tom Rosenstiel wrote a book, and then they had this notion called skeptical knowing. You know, kinds of questions you ask. All that takes time. Citizenship takes time. Consuming news takes time. You have professionals here who do a lot of work to provide it for you. But the idea that somehow TikTok is a substitute for journalism is just bizarre. It's bizarre. And I hear the notion that social media will save us. Wait, social media has gotten us a long way in this direction because now everybody becomes a producer. Jessica does because of her professional capacities. And everybody's doing a video on TikTok, and by definition, it is not a medium that's given to telling you the stuff that Jessica wants and then I and Michael want to tell you. So part of it, this notion that it's our fault. Our citizens' fault because we watch that stuff or we look at it or we consume it. Well, that notion is really interesting. That we'll give you bad stuff and it's on you to fix it. You would not allow that calculus in any other thing that you consume. You buy an Apple Watch and it doesn't work, and Apple says to you, that's on you. You took your shot and you got a bad one. You fix it. And so this is news. This is not some other, we keep using that word, commodity here. And that commodity is produced by a consolidated media system. And that media system has, for the most part, a profit maximization motive. And that matters. I don't mean to say that the public interest is not involved in there too, as Michael was saying. But we have a system here that produces our information in a way that sometimes does not serve us. Sorry to be that hard on it.
No, this is good.
I agree a lot. I just want to say that I think we need to go a bit back to the basics, and more specifically about social media. I think the problem isn't the tool, the problem is the message. And also, it's both to blame, both citizens, I'm harsh on citizens, and both the journalists. Because, for example, we know that trust in the media is really low, both in the US and also in Greece. We are the lowest in the European Union, which is a problem. So let's think again, what's the role of a journalist? It's not only to put on paper on anywhere. For example, if a journalist says, number one, that it's raining, another journalist says it doesn't rain, the role of the journalist is to open the window and see if it's raining. We need to remember that, I mean, there is a specific work to be done, which needs proof, it needs evidence, it needs data, basically stuff that support your story. So after you do that, there it goes to the other part, which are citizens. Citizens, I'm sorry, but they need to tire themselves to read stuff, to understand what sanctions are, for example. But yes, our job is to do it in the right way, in a correct way, and so that both they understand and both we have, I mean, the problem, in my opinion, is that the intentions we have, like, do we do journalism for the public, or do we do it for our employers and that are owned by corporations and stuff?
Well, let's just build off of that for just a moment. I mean, in many ways, fundamentally, right, we talk about, Andreas said it this morning at the introduction from SNF about journalists being this fourth estate, this kind of critical component, particularly the way we talk here in the United States, right, but also globally. But at the end of the day, too, this is a business, right? This needs to work. So, you know, being critical of the kind of consolidation, the argument is like, that's how this happens. Or thinking about, and as Michael, as we've talked before, the sense of you know, particularly legacy media, thanks, Akil, is, these are very real kind of, I don't want to say existential challenges, but this is the real thing we're facing. And Jessica, right, as you're sitting in a space that you are sort of, I don't want to say, I don't know if startup's the right language, but like figuring out this new model. How do we think about the kind of market, the business component of this? How do these dynamics, you know, when we talk about in the classic sense, ads, revenue, you know, how are we dealing with this digital transformation? Particularly as this sense of ownership, you know, does it affect that content diversity, right? How much is driven by, we just need the most efficient way, and we're going to, you know, bypass potentially the diversity of information or the different voices, or, you know, fill in the blank. I'm going to stop talking because I think you have the more interesting responses. What do we think about this? The kind of market reality of this question around ownership and kind of the pluralistic sense of media?
Well, in the public arena, public companies, you're right, have a business obligation to their shareholders, reported on every quarter, to show growth, to show efficiencies, to show that we are making progress. And there's a yin and a yang when you're trying to grow revenue, trying to invest more in digital technology, at a time too when we've hit a tipping point, at least in legacy media. We get most of our audience now through digital means, not necessarily print means. That's been going on. That shift has been going on for a while, and I think we've crossed the Rubicon, if you will. However, when you look at the economics of our business, we generate more revenue on the print side. So you see the yin and the yang on this. If you're a publisher or a CEO, you've got to deal with that dynamic. But this is why the sense of urgency right now for transformation, for new bold partnerships, for trying to create new business models, even in a corporate or a nonprofit model, is so critical. We can't be having enough of these discussions, and more importantly, we can't be acting fast enough.
I think Michael is absolutely, like I'm telling him, he's right. He knows he's right. You don't need me to say that. But I guess what has happened, Michael, on the TV side, I know this. Okay, the reason we did our work is because the argument from the people who own local television stations, right, were saying that we need to consolidate in order to do better journalism. That was the argument. And so we said, well, wait a second, that is an empirical question. Let's go and look. And what we found is that kind of duplication. And that was the result of having as far as they were concerned, corporate requirements to satisfy shareholders. And so you're absolutely, it's a business. That's the way we set it up in this country. We set up providing a public good through private means. That's what we did. And so once you have that, you come to this place. And so that is always the tension. I do not, of course, do not fault corporate media organizations to make profit. I'm not saying that they have to, except the question is how that's done. And again, this product is different than any other thing that we have in our society. By the way, it's good to see all the young kids out there. It's just great.
This is my quick history of TV news. You know, TV news way back in the day was a loss leader. The networks had to put it out. And then one show comes along and is a news show that starts making a ton of money and ranking in the top 10 TV shows. And news organizations and TV news saw that news can make money. And it was 60 Minutes, and it was all about gotcha journalism, nailing somebody, uncovering the malfeasance, exposing a wrongdoing, amazing journalism, a specific kind of journalism. And then there were profiles of famous people too. And then newsrooms saw duplicating that could make us money. So news started to reorient to duplicate kind of that kind of model. Fast forward, the news organizations get bought by public companies that have to report shareholder returns on the quarter, throughout the year, and you have to show ratings growth all year. This is a very compressed history, but eventually it becomes the case that the model in the TV newsroom is conflict, rage, outrage, exposing malfeasance is what news is. It's only news if the plane crashes, we say. It's not news if it lands. P.S., it's news if you find new energy sources for the plane, but we don't talk about that either. So negativity is how we make money. We report our returns, we go profits, growth, et cetera, and it's all driven through this lens. That's sort of a legacy media reality. I think one of the joys of being outside that system and doing my own news is I don't have to follow that model. Like what I say is I give you information, not a panic attack. That's my motto. So we don't have to follow that rage, conflict. But the problem is we don't have the consolidation to make money. And we don't have, as individual creators in the new news economy, we don't have a system and infrastructure that keeps us sustainable. So everybody's trying to make their own way and solve for how to survive in this environment. So we have huge audience, but the back end hasn't been solved for.
If I may, that's one of the problems is we're so used to, we think, getting news for free that we don't want to pay for it. That's what we see across Pew surveys and so on, that we don't want to pay for it. That doesn't work.
I will add, it's changing.
Okay, can we talk about that? I mean, so this is, I think, one of the fascinating things in this broad kind of this sweeping topic is how do we attend to this? The
change?
Yeah.
So I'll say, for example, I don't know how many of y'all know what Substack is, but there's newsletter platforms now where we can, as individual creators or journalists, write, and we have subscription support. And so people are learning, some people, that they have to support us to get the news. What I see evolving is that a lot of creators who do what I do in different categories, and this could be doctors who are experts in their space, or different athletic coaches who have expertise. We all have little businesses that could network all together and grow something larger, but that hasn't happened yet.
So how do we, but back to one of the points we were talking about earlier, and this, anybody could respond to this. In this environment, I mean, it goes back to something we were talking about earlier of if anybody's got a phone, they can be, someone who shares information. How do we navigate the kind of wild west of Substack, for example? How do we trust those sources of information? How do we know it's not in a classic way a newsroom with editors and everybody? I mean, going through the systems for all their flaws potentially, right? But also their strengths, right? This is part of why we think about institutions being really important. How do we navigate that issue of legitimacy and truth within this environment of either this consolidation or the opposite end of this kind of diversity of anybody and everybody being able to set up kind of a shop, and if it attracts eyeballs, does that not just go down the same path that we were kind of concerned about a few minutes ago? What do people think?
One of the ways sorry, I don't want to talk. One of the ways is Tim and I were talking about this too, is that the first thing you do when you consume it, and I'll use that term consume rather than citizen, but when you consume it is to first of all say how do you know, as opposed to accepting the information reflexively. Well, it's on TikTok, so it's got to be true. I don't think so. And so it's that it takes really work. It does take work, and we're not used to that. We're not used to that. So that's the first one. There are a whole bunch of other things, but that's the first one. You don't take anything, that information, if it's information about a public piece of, a public policy, an important question, rather than whether it's good French fries or not. Okay, it's about those public issues. You don't take anything for granted in terms of what folks are saying. Go and find out who the person is, who the source is. It's hard, no question.
One of the things that I've learned, and you addressed it earlier, was this conflict between efficiencies or economies of scale and versus customization and flexibility, right on down to the editing functions at news sources. And particularly hard hit in this, I think, over the last 15 years has been the position of editors, which I think are so critical. And so, but to answer the question, I think the nature of our storytelling has to change. We can't run fact checks after the thing is published, right? It's got to be part of that. But one of the services that I think we could provide to our readers and our audiences, which are huge, is what's fact here, what are the gray areas, and what actions can you take to get involved? That's very different than what I learned in journalism school. That's not how we were taught to write stories, let alone to edit stories. But a lot of those editors aren't around anymore. And so this is where it gets very, very difficult. But if the nature of what we do can change along with new business models, I think we'll appeal to different audiences in different ways that I think will better inform them.
Shortly, I'll just say that it's a painful issue, basically, how to regain the trust of the public, because the problem isn't only on TikTok says it or Instagram says it, it's also the TV says it. I mean, it's also, that applies to journalists. I think you need to follow the procedure, like you do in science, let's say. You follow the procedure, you write the story, you have your editor, you do the fact-checking, you do all the work, you have your sources, and as a result, you have a good product. I mean, and that's the way you just do it, ABC all over again. I don't think there's another way to...
I can say from a practical sense for people in the audience, if you're trying to figure out in this wild west of new media who to trust, is if there's one person you have found to be trustworthy, follow who they trust. So you get your guide and you still stay skeptical, but that's one way in. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
No, I think that's great, because I was even going to say, like, why would I trust you, for example, news not noise? What gives me the ability to feel like, yep, I feel comfortable here?
So in a practical sense, if you're watching one of my videos, you then go and stop and you look at my page and it says former chief White House correspondent, CNN, veteran, ABC, MSNBC. You can go and then you can Google me and look about my history and learn about me and decide, is this a person whose background I do or don't trust? Most of the people I get forwarded videos from on TikTok are invisible beyond that. It's just some person talking and you're like, who are you? So it's about having the awareness to stop and think and ask, who is that person? That's one piece of it. I do think that the platforms have an obligation to make this easier, and we all need to create some structure for validating who has expertise. Just to put a little bit of a frame on this, 40% of people who follow creators, individuals like me, on social media, feel they know them as well as a member of their own family, feel that they are a true source of trust. So for example, I, covered the election and then I covered COVID, and people who follow me and trust me now message me and are like, my son has to get an operation and one doctor says this and one doctor says that, what should I do? I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, but I trust you. And you know how to find other experts who can give me the answer. So it speaks to how desperate people are for voices of authority and how unclear people are about discerning who they can trust to make big decisions.
Well, I think there's a broad brushstroke against media right now. I think that's clear. We aren't very well trusted, but media is this big word, right? What I have learned is that, especially at a local level, but even at a USA Today level or a national New York Times level, the individual journalist who is writing has higher credibility than media overall. And so in a way, we all become individual brands within the context of a larger brand. And to work that and to identify their sources, as Jessica recommends, is really so important. And that's where they get their credibility. And that's everything. You ever talk to a journalist? That's everything to them, is credibility. That's where they get their currency. That's where they get their livelihood. And that's what gives them an inspiration to keep doing it in broader, more impactful ways. And so look for those individual contributors. I agree with Jessica on that. That's a great suggestion.
If I can follow on that with one point, which is I think this is the direction the media is going in, where people trust individuals over brands. And that is where we'll start to relate to our journalists as they might not even know if you work for the New York Times or Gannett or on your own. You're my person.
Right. So we'll have some space for just maybe 2-3 questions here with the audience here, and I believe we'll have a couple microphones. But as you're thinking, so I want you to be thinking about a good question or two. I want to ask the panel one, and this is pithy response, so keep it real short. What are you most hopeful about within this environment and this conversation we've just been having? If you're not hopeful, acknowledge that too.
Well, I'll start. I'm very hopeful. I am so, this business of ours is so critical for our democracy, as I said in the beginning, and that's what I'm passionate about. But we got to change. We have to innovate. We have to transform. The good news is that unlike 15 years ago, the discussions that we're having now runs the gamut with profits, nonprofits, corporate, individual contributors, social influencers. The number of discussions that we're having to transform has magnified greatly. That gives me hope. The key, though, is, especially if you're a leader in this business, is where do you place your bets? You can't do everything. You can't boil the ocean. And if you have to make only 1 or 2 bets on that transformation, on that future, what should it be? That's what keeps me going.
All right. Pithy.
I'd say what I'm hopeful for, basically that international collaborations, and more specifically the fact that in Europe and not only, a new ecosystem has emerged the last, let's say, decade, in some countries more. Anyway, this ecosystem consists of investigative outlets that do in-depth research, and they try also to collaborate with each other and, let's say, report and reveal many more stories that are trying to do something different in this landscape. So that's my hope.
I'm hopeful that there are summits like this because y'all are here, we all care, and there's new technology coming online that's going to enable us to do more of what we think the world needs.
Thank you. Anything?
My hope is journalists like this. That's my hope. I hope we can get there. That's where I am. I hope we can get there. I think the technology is there to undo us too. AI is there, can be very, very good, but I worry about its application to achieve economies of scale. We already see that. But hope is like journalists like this who hold the organizations accountable, or else leave and show another way.
Yeah, well, that's great. So we have space for maybe a question or two. I think I see one right here.
Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to ask a question. Don't expect a solid answer, but you said how sometimes it can be controversial for anyone to have a camera to produce a video and relay a message. However, what happens in cases of conflict or humanitarian crisis, which are not the exception anymore, they are an increasingly bigger norm, where not only you don't have media pluralism, but you don't have representation, so you have to depend on the everyday person documenting their lives and sharing their narratives. Where do you draw the line on what constitutes journalism in this case, and how we can ensure diversity in the narratives promoted? Thank you.
I can address that. I think that that's the absolute beauty of social media, is that everybody is a documentary filmmaker if they want to be, to tell the story of what's happening where they are. I also think that as viewers and receivers and people who can repost and amplify, we have an obligation to apply some skepticism to anybody posting those videos and not assume it's necessarily 100% the truth. There are people who have an interest in fabricating material. There are people who have an interest in skewing material. And so before, for example, I would repost video, I look for additional sources showing me the same thing from different perspectives, or outside journalism accounts, entities that are journalistic organizations, validating the basic facts around what this person's conveying. Too often what I see is that we celebrate that voice sharing the story so much that we don't pause to ask, does this check out as well?
Great. Any other questions? Oh, there one up here and then one over here. So I'm not sure where microphones are. We'll see who wins. Okay, this one wins, then you'll get to go next. Go ahead.
Thank you. So my question is just, you guys have addressed how, especially in these past few years, and in this panel and in the previous discussion, we've seen how America as a country has grown much more polarized. And so when we combine this hyperpolarization and our capitalist structure, how do you think we can reconcile news outlets being businesses first and foremost that have to appeal to an audience, but also have to be arbiters of truth in some sense?
So an easy question, great. Who wants that one?
That's the jackpot. That's the jackpot question. That's exactly it. That's why we have these discussions. That's the jackpot question. You can't say to Gannett or anybody else, no, you can't make money. You can't. That's not how we organized it. The question is, where is that? Where is that place? Is journalism to say, this person says the earth is flat, this person says the earth is round. Journalist turns to us and says, there you have it, a disagreement on the shape of the earth. That's not journalism. And so, but that's the jackpot question. And we'll see how they respond to it.
The joking aside, at the end of this, I hope we have a better collective understanding of how to navigate. This is the challenge of our time. This is not the first time we've dealt with these deep divisions, but we are in a unique kind of moment because of technology, the consolidation, all these things.
Under the headline of always be skeptical, too, there are nonprofit models out there that are starting to emerge and foundations with nonprofit dollars. But even then, one has to ask, well, how is the nonprofit getting funded? Right. I mean, so there's no perfect way to go about this. But transparency is a word we haven't necessarily heard today. Be totally transparent. Earn your credibility through the discipline of journalism and the magic of journalism, and then build the individual brands, what I call them, the individual reporters who help you draw audience.
Sorry, can I add just one thing to that? One thing only. I think part of the answer are citizens. Either we call it a subscription or audience, or I think part of the answer is that.
Yeah, voting with feet. Yeah, and then very quickly here, and then we'll wrap up.
Who decides what news is? Because when you have somebody that comes out of a courtroom every day for 6 weeks and says the same thing, which is non-news over and over, and everybody covers it, but there has to be more interesting news in the whole world outside of that.
How do we not have breaking news constantly every moment, right? Also, yeah. Quickly.
You're right, and if you look at the question comes is, why is that covered? Why does that become news? That's the question. That somehow the news organizations are saying that by definition, by virtue of Trump saying it, that now becomes news, and so but it ends up being reinforcing.
It makes money. I mean, that's why that's covered, is that's what people will watch, and that's what makes money, simply put. So, I mean, that's why I call my thing news, not noise, is I chose to do it differently and make a different choice. So you can shop around and find different news outlets that don't make that choice.
What a wonderful place to end this conversation. Let's give a hand to a wonderful panel. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 20-minute coffee break and other things beyond coffee, and then we'll come back with a keynote from Ana Cynthia Bustuku. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. Great. Cool. So nice to meet you.
I'm going to take these back. I'll leave that there, Tim. They can take that now.
Hi, everyone. Please take your seats. We're about to start.
Hi again. I'm very honored to speak about a subject that is not only close to my heart, but also crucial, especially for the country I'm coming from. This is the establishment of non-profit journalism in Greece amidst the shrinking and shaken media landscape. Danai earlier mentioned a lot of characteristics that media landscape has in Greece. She also referred to the model of ownership in the field of media industry. The first thing since the very beginning of iMEdD was and still being how we perceive the role of our organization, iMEdD, Incubator for Media Education and Development. As a continuous effort to enhance transparency, credibility, and independence in journalism. Back in 2018, it has already been a long period during which the media landscape has been dominated by monopolistic practices, rampant disinformation, and growing mistrust among the public. These challenges sat atop deeper historical and systemic issues, including a common sense of lack of independence in journalism, weak media pluralism, prolonged economic threats to media viability, entrenched capture of private media by owners with vested business interests. Shipping, soccer, business. All the above mean Greek journalism, both in private and public media, has been facing a crisis of credibility. Against this long-lasting reality, the Stavros Niarchos Foundation sought a way to support transparency in journalism and enhance independence in the field. It was in that context that iMEdD was founded by Stratis Trilikis and myself, thanks to our ongoing inclusive donor, to address said challenges by fostering a new kind of media organization committed to transparency, independence, and innovation. We now carry this torch forward along with a team of 23 people. Before sharing some insights into our field of operations, allow me to highlight that although we succeeded many, of course, a lot is yet to be done. Based on the International Press Institute report released earlier this year, media freedom in Greece has undergone a sustained decline in the last few years. The Bourdale number of a crime reporter remains undersolved. The safety of journalists is threatened. A sprawling surveillance and spyware scandal outbroke. Numerous media and journalists face strategic lawsuits against public participation, commonly known as slaps. Needless to say, the consequences are detrimental for journalism and thus our democracy. In this context, we didn't stop to consider our mission and our activity even more demanding. Over the past 5 years, with persistence to our clear vision to identify and address the pressing issues within our media ecosystem, iMEdD managed to evolve into a force of empowerment for the community of journalists. This journey has been marked by significant milestones, all rooted in our commitment to innovation and positive change. From the outset, we focused on understanding the problems in our neighborhood, laying the groundwork for a robust foundation that would support our mission. As we grew, we navigated uncharted territories, connecting emerging technologies with journalistic potential and responding to the diverse voices and needs to our community. This journey has seen iMEdD driving continuous growth and adaptation. Our strategy has targeted various directions, including investigations, production, support, and training programs. And all the above, whatever we offer to the community, are open and for free. We have presented a diverse range of stories through various formats like articles, documentaries, podcasts, and interactive data-driven web applications. Notable projects include our web tool, which monitored the course of COVID-19 for about 2 years, a cross-border data investigation on femicides in Europe as part of our partnership with the European Data Journalism Network, an AI-driven analysis of campaign speeches in Greece during the last year's elections period. These initiatives have not only informed but also engaged our audience, building a vibrant community around our work. Through our incubator program, the first of its kind in Greece, we have empowered individuals and teams to create impactful content. Our support has enabled stories ranging from migration documentaries to podcasts on domestic violence and investigations into the environmental impact of plastics. And we're very happy and very honored, but also proud to see journalistic outputs of our incubator program being acknowledged and awarded nationally and internationally. We have introduced thematic cycles, workshops, and events covering essential aspects of journalism. Our training sessions span topics like anti-surveillance, digital security, and data journalism. Strategic partnerships with organizations such as the European Press Prize, the Global Investigative Journalism Network, and the Columbia School of Journalism have been crucial. These collaborations have allowed us to expand our reach and impact, fostering a global exchange of knowledge and best practices. Initiatives like the iMEdD Fellowship at the Global Investigative Journalism Conference testify our commitment to nurturing investigative journalism, bringing together journalists from diverse backgrounds to enhance their skills. At iMEdD, data journalism is a cornerstone of our approach. We recognize the power of data to uncover truths, but also reveal patterns and drive impactful storytelling. Through our data journalism initiatives, we train the community in a field that is nuanced in Greece, and we equip journalists with the tools and skills necessary to compile and analyze complex data sets, visualize information effectively, and present findings in compelling manner. By harnessing the potential of data, we aim to enhance accountability and public understanding of critical issues. And finally, we have creating platforms for interaction, discussion, and forward-thinking exchange, such as the annual iMEdD International Journalism Forum, a gathering of the journalistic community that has been growing over the years by addressing local and global issues, by developing new ways of thinking in journalism, and by encouraging creative, relevant public discourse. And many thanks to guests who are here with us, following iMEdD's effort in Wilmington during this summit. It's a great honor, the fact that we have created this platform and we have this network, because of course alone we cannot achieve anything. Our goal is not to be alone, but with our partners, with our colleagues, and we're very proud, and many thanks to all of them who join iMEdD here for the summit. Just to give you a sense, last year, the International Journalism Forum of iMEdD had 1,400 participants and 140 speakers from almost all the continents. All the above result in the same direction: to create international community of strengthened, independent journalists who produce cross-border, collaborative, credible stories, protecting their sources, conducting deep investigations with the aim to create real impact. Shedding light on corruption, seeking accountability, safeguarding our democracy, our society. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for joining us. I'm Dana Gale-Young. I'm a professor of communication and political science at the University of Delaware and director of the Center for Political Communication, and I'm author of a book called Wrong: How Media, Politics, and Identity Drive Our Appetite for Misinformation, a book that examines not the supply side of misinformation, but why it is that people are attracted to information that's demonstrably false. So I've been asked to set up the discussion today, so I'm going to take about 5 minutes to talk about some big themes that I would love for our panelists to tackle, and then I will introduce our panelists and we'll have an open dialogue. And then for the last 15 minutes or so, we will be opening it up to questions. So if you do have questions, please keep those in mind, because we will have time starting at around, I believe it's 11:25. So each year, in my Introduction to Media and Society course at the University of Delaware, I teach media law in the US context, and it is a very weird enterprise teaching US media law. There's not really a lot to teach because there aren't really a lot of laws. Students are very surprised to learn, in fact, how little media regulation that we have in the United States, especially today. And what little regulation we had was typically dismantled in the 1980s. So this panel is about ethics and in the tension between A, what can we do, and B, what should we do? The answers are along the lines of A, just about anything we want, and B, probably something different from what it is we're doing right now. In that course, I talk about how there are different models of media regulation, 3 of which, the big ones, an authoritarian model, like we see in China and Russia, where media systems and infrastructure are regulated by the state and are treated as an extension of the regime that's in power. Then there's a social responsibility model, like we see in Europe, where media organizations operate largely independent of the state, but are regulated when their content economics or ownership patterns are found to pose risks to individuals and society. And then, of course, there's what we have here in the US, which is a libertarian model, one in which media systems operate almost entirely independent of the government. Regulation is very limited, and the private business interests that own media and platforms are expected to self-correct, what we call the self-righting principle that assumes the marketplace of ideas will reward the best ideas, that is, the helpful, the truthful ones, while punishing the bad ideas and the harmful and hateful ones, like misinformation and disinformation. But these different models of media regulation have come up against global decentralized logics of digital technologies. Digital technologies are decentralized by design, which makes them porous and difficult to harness, which can be brilliantly democratizing. They can be used to amplify the voices of the marginalized and oppressed. They can be used to get around traditional gatekeepers, facilitate collective action, and set the agendas of mainstream journalists. We know that digital technologies can allow power and agency to migrate downstream in a very democratic way, away from elites into the hands of citizens. However, the economics of law and logics of America's deregulated media infrastructure also has us in what I would like to call a bit of a pickle. How so? Well, if you don't know the names, Drs. Paul Lazarsfeld and Robert Merton, they were communication scholars at Columbia University in the 1940s. They were among the first to apply quantitative methods to the study of media effects. In 1948, in response to widespread fears among scholars and the public about the potential of media to serve as a vehicle for propaganda, they published an essay that I like to call the Stop Freaking Out Everyone essay, because they argued that in democratic capitalist societies like the US, where media operated independent of the government, media infrastructures wouldn't and even couldn't be leveraged to facilitate large-scale social or political change. Lazarsfeld and Merton even articulated 3 criteria that media systems would have to meet for propaganda to be successful. And one by one, they explained how those criteria just couldn't be met in the US in 1948. So, my friends, it's not 1948 anymore, Toto. In 2020, I wrote a piece with my friend and colleague Shannon McGregor at UNC that explained how the very criteria that they had articulated that couldn't be met in 1948 are not only satisfied today, but digital technologies check these 3 boxes so well, in fact, that they're tailor-made for propaganda, and we're seeing it every day. They argued that for propaganda to be successful, it would have to monopolize the environment with little to no counter-propaganda, which they said was impossible in 1948. But today, the environment as a whole might not be able to be monopolized by one message, but through curated news feeds and algorithms, each of us can cultivate a personalized information environment that allows us to see little to no content that pushes back or contradicts our worldview. Number 2, they argued that propaganda would have to build upon pre-existing values and beliefs. They basically said the most propaganda could do is build on something that people already believe, which would not change society in a fundamental way. And because it was impossible in 1948 to know at a granular level what individuals valued and believed in such a way that could be exploited by propagandists, people shouldn't worry. But today, folks, building upon pre-existing values and beliefs is exactly how digital technologies exist. It's how they make money. It's how Meta earned $135 billion in revenue in 2023. Did you know 97% of Meta's revenue comes from advertising? They're an advertising platform. So what makes those ads successful is leveraging our individual data for purposes of micro-targeting. This is literally satisfying that criterion that they had talked about that couldn't be satisfied in 1948. And they also suggested that if propaganda were to be successful, it would have to be supplemented by interpersonal communication consistent with that message. Folks, social media and digital technologies embed our media experiences within an interpersonal communication network. It's all part of media producer strategies as they create and disseminate content within communities, within social networks. So what? Well, we've seen so what? Social media are the machinery of propaganda. We saw how Russia used all of these tactics, these very tactics, to try to subvert American democracy through social media in 2016. We saw how Cambridge Analytica exploited Facebook user data to try to influence democratic processes and elections. Right, Carol? Given that in the US, the First Amendment seems to require a hands-off, libertarian approach to media regulation, the question that I open with is, what ethical obligations do journalists or digital media corporations or media platforms have to protect democracy in America or around the world? And what obligations do digital technology platforms have to protect and support American journalism or journalism around the globe? And so, to address these questions, hold on, I have where's my message? There we go. To address these questions and themes related to ethical responsibilities of media organizations, it is my honor to introduce, we will start on the left, investigative journalists for The Guardian and Observer, who helped to break the Cambridge Analytica Facebook scandal, Carol Cadwalader. Professor and founding director of the Polarization and Extremism Research and Innovation Lab at American, Cynthia Miller-Idris. And editor of Press Watch and committed supporter of democratic-centered and accountability journalism, Dan Frumkin. So I guess I'll open it up to my friends here. What are the ethical obligations of our media corporations to protect American democracy or democracy around the globe? Anyone want to take it first?
Small question.
I mean, I figured I'd start small. We can get bigger.
Sure, this is on. Yeah, this is on. I mean, I come at this from a media literacy standpoint rather than a regulation standpoint. So I'm really curious to hear what others think about the issue of regulation. And but I think in a moment when the kinds of bad content that I work on, which is conspiracy theories, propaganda, supremacist types of thinking, misogyny, and other types of hateful and harmful content online, which is ubiquitous and unrelenting in the way that it comes to people across their screens, especially young people, in platforms like online gaming or in memes or other types of spaces where they spend time. I think there's an obligation to help inform people about how propaganda works, how manipulation works, and how to recognize and reject it. If we cannot count on the companies to self-regulate and we cannot count on the government to regulate, which I don't think we can, I think we have to see a commitment to media literacy and a really scaled up commitment.
So I'm going to take the media literacy point in a second, but when it comes to the question of media regulation, and I tend to agree, it doesn't seem like in the US we are equipped to do that. Carol, I would love to turn it to you a little bit to think maybe more globally about these different models and how the US compares, because we are weird. We're wonderful, but we are weird.
Thank you, Danigel. It's such big questions, and I'm really conscious of where we are and when we are. So we're in Wilmington, and we're just a few months ahead of this really critical election in the USA. And the one thing we know for certain, the only thing perhaps we know for certain, is that what happens next is going to happen on social media. So the pivotal and consequential memes and narratives and stories we're going to be sort of understanding about this moment are going to be flooding every single social media platform that you're on. And those platforms have no ethical responsibilities. And they have no legal responsibilities, barely even, in what they are going to be telling us during this time. And that is a terrifying thought, I think. And we have arrived at this moment. We haven't done anything about these technology platforms and their responsibility and involvement in our society, and particularly in our democracy. And there has been no regulation. That we as people in this system have no protections. Our data is there for these companies to harvest up and then to use in very covert and invisible ways to sort of target us with individual messages. And, I think we are past a point of inflection on that. But I look out into this audience where I can see there's lots of young people, and the only thing which gives me hope in this moment is that it's you guys who are going to think, actually, there is something wrong here. And I can see it in my friends and myself that I'm on these digital platforms and they're addicting me and they're making me anxious and they're making me scared, and I know that there's information out there which isn't good, and you are the ones who are going to stand up and say, well, actually, this isn't right and it's not good enough and we need something different. So thank you in advance for that. Just no pressure.
So I'm going to follow up with one thing, and then I want to turn to Dan about journalism. But, you said that they have no ethical obligation, which, remember for a long time, a lot of these platform executives like Mark Zuckerberg and then Jack Dorsey before he was Elon Musk, I don't think that's the way you say that, that they said that they are not responsible for the content that is on their platforms, right? They're protected by Section 230. And so they say, we're not responsible for user-generated content. We're just a space where people communicate. But then after revelations came out about how especially Facebook was exploited by these Russian troll accounts, Zuckerberg said in a congressional testimony, we do bear responsibility for what is on our platforms. Which seemed like it was an opportunity for like a change in the conversation. But then as platforms began monitoring content, monitoring misinformation, there was such pushback, especially from the right, so much so that in fact there are congressional hearings that Jim Jordan has opened, bringing in a lot of the scholars who study this space, arguing that right-wing voices or conservative voices are being silenced. So what do you think happened in that moment?
I think just to go back to the big picture here, which is that this idea that the platforms, Mark Zuckerberg has no responsibility for what happens on his platform. And we're looking here at sort of bad things which may happen in the US in the upcoming months. I think the thing which is often forgotten is those bad things have happened elsewhere in the world. Mm-hmm. And the platforms have taken no responsibility. And we actually, as journalists, have failed to hold them to account for this. So I'm going to tell you one very specific story in this, which is in Myanmar, used to be called Burma, in the Far East. There was a terrible event which happened a few years ago, which was a genocide of people, Rohingya Muslims, who were targeted on social media. And Facebook, as ever, went, well, that has nothing to do with us. But then the United Nations wrote a report and said it played a role in facilitating this genocide. And Mark Zuckerberg has never been held to account for that. And we have allowed him to get away with it. And so I think I know you're asking a specific question about the attempts which Congress have made around this, but this, I think part of this is the American exceptionalism, that really look in the rest of the world for examples of what's to come for the US. This has already happened in other places.
So Dan, you have written about, and you are really a proponent of a form of journalism that is very protective, like explicitly protective of American democracy. And I was hoping that you can talk to us about what that is, what that looks like, and what are the ethical obligations of journalists to be explicitly pro-democracy, which sounds great, but why might folks push back against that? Like, what is that?
Listening to all of you describe this incredibly dystopian present we're in, where we have the platforms have this unimaginable ability to spread misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. I think to myself that there's one bulwark left against this, and that's the traditional media. The government isn't going to intervene on a practical basis in terms of regulating speech, but the traditional media still exists and is still there. And so I ask myself, well, how much has it changed given these new challenges? And the answer is it hasn't. There's been no, especially in the area that I look at, which is political journalism in particular, there's been no really dramatic change in how traditional media covers politics. And it seems to me that there's a tremendous obligation, first and foremost, to fight disinformation, fight misinformation, fight propaganda as aggressively and enthusiastically as its distributors distribute it. And that, for instance, there have been polls recently just showing how misinformed Americans are about certain issues. I think that should be a call to arms for all traditional media to say, in fact, to actually do more polls to say, well, what don't people understand? What facts do people get wrong about the economy, about authoritarianism, about any of these issues? And then say, well, then our job is going to be to actually redress this, to inform people, and not just with one story and then say we've done it before, which is the traditional media sort of way of doing it, but coming back to it over and over again and addressing media literacy. Who else is going to do that? I mean, I'd love to see our public schools do it, but I don't think that's going to happen. So these are important roles for traditional media to take up, and they're just not. They're just failing completely to do so. All these things could fall under the umbrella of pro-democracy journalism. Obviously, part of it also is making sure that people understand that democracy is being threatened at this point, and reporting about that aggressively. Again, not just one story. I mean, the New York Times did a fabulous series over the period of 6-month period about a year ago about the incredibly dangerous proposals that Trump and MAGA are making that would erode democracy and erode the government as we know it. But then they sort of stopped, and their daily coverage is still basically the kind of coverage you'd expect in any other era. And this is an unusual era, and the traditional media needs to step up in a way that it just simply hasn't.
So building on that question of sort of literacy, what I hear you saying is that you have journalists engaging in typical campaign reporting like they always do, right? Which for those who aren't familiar with this space, it usually consists of like coverage of polls, horse race reporting, who's ahead and who's behind, what's the latest scandal on the trail, right? And journalists will tend to cover less of specific policy proposals that the candidates are advancing, in part because it's not as exciting, and in part because the people following the candidates on the trail, they've heard the stump speeches with the policies over and over, and so it's not interesting to them. But I'm wondering if, in addition to what we're talking about with giving information about specific policy proposals, what about using journalism as a place to remind people what civics are, how democracy works, how the systems work, how the institutions work? And I'm wondering about the combination of that with media literacy as well, like a sort of civics media literacy. I'll ask you and then you, Cynthia.
No, absolutely. And I think there's one way to do it, is even hewing fairly closely to the conventional way of covering things. But the next time some politician says something really offensive about immigration or about immigrants or about trans people, instead of just reporting he said this, you say, this is what fascists do. This is how an authoritarian rises to power, by othering people, by creating outgroups, by demonizing them. That sort of civic education, I think right now the most important civic education is looking at the authoritarian playbook and seeing how the authoritarian playbook that we've seen has been used by authoritarian leaders throughout history is now being used in this country, and to take specific things that happen on the campaign trail and tie them into that as a way of educating the public.
Cynthia, when you talk about media literacy, how do you see that fitting in with some of these conversations about understanding of civics and these fundamental issues?
Yeah, I mean, the kinds of things that you're mentioning around how democracy works and the sort of nuts and bolts type of thing, I think we haven't done a very good job of, and we definitely need to improve. And I think that what I'm talking about when I'm talking about media literacy is even a more fundamental degree of education about how what you consume online shapes your beliefs about human dignity, about consent, autonomy, about excuse me for saying things that are a little hard to hear, but this Peggy Ornstein op-ed that some of you may have read in the New York Times that reported on a research study recently showing that a majority of college-age women now report having been choked during sex, often against their own wishes in the majority of cases, and that is traced back to young men's overconsumption of violent pornography and what they think constitutes pleasure. That's what I mean about changing the way people think, the way people behave based on what they've consumed online, that you could have such a skewed understanding of what consent or pleasure looks like. And I think the reason that connects to democracy is because we now have at least 7 nationally representative surveys from the US, the UK, and other countries showing that the single biggest predictor, or among the top 3 predictors of support for violent extremism or political violence and willingness to engage in political violence, is sexism or misogyny, depending on how it's defined in the study. And so that type of stuff, that type of content online, consuming harmful, hateful, vile, dehumanizing content, whether in pornography or in a chat room or in an Andrew Tate video or whatever it is, shapes the way you think in ways that are having political outcomes about violence and about democracy. So that's a different level. I mean, I'm going tonight to my own kids' high school's porn parent education thing because of this Peggy Ornstein article. They're now doing this. It's a media literacy event for parents, right? That is, unusual. I feel lucky that they're doing it. They've integrated it into health and sex education classes. That's the type of thing I think we need to see more of in terms of conversations, since we know that this is affecting support for political violence. That's a different and difficult thing conversation to have. Yep. Parents don't want to think about it. Florida and Texas don't want to talk about it, right?
And people are very uncomfortable talking about it.
Very uncomfortable.
But I think that's something that might be useful too, and maybe you could shed some light on this. I think you were kind of getting at this when we were in the green room. Could you help us understand the mechanism, or why is it that these kinds of the violent language and the violent pornography has these political implications, not just political violence, but support for extremism itself? Like, how does that, it's a very tricky question. This is like your book, but in relation to gender dynamics, et cetera, what is it about it that has that political set of ramifications?
Well, one thing we know is that it's always been there, and we just haven't documented it very well. So, for example, well over half of mass shootings in the US, one of the targets of that shooting was a lover, a wife, or a partner, right? I mean, this is essentially this connection between sort of intimate partner domestic violence and mass shootings, including terrorism, is very high. In almost every single case of terrorism in the US and abroad, you have, and across all ideological forms, you have prior cases of domestic violence, harassment, stalking, online rape threats, even things like the Uvalde shooting, the elementary school, that never have ideology, had that history, right? So those things are always and have always been there. I think we're now seeing it documented in support for political violence, which is also rising. So the questions about how that happens, I think there's a lot of theories on it. We do need a lot more research. But I think, if we know what the predictors are, we know what the biggest predictors are, and we see these violent outcomes happening, it seems to me at least a starting point would either be to understand the mechanisms through which that happens, but also work to prevent the baseline predictors that are so clear in the research to begin with.
What would also be great is if you read about it in the traditional media. It's astonishing the level of blackout that there is in the traditional media to all issues related to misogyny, hostile sexism. I think that it explains a lot of what's going on in politics right now. I was amazed that after the Dobbs decision, which took away the right to bodily freedom for women, that there was very little mention of misogyny as a factor. When the rise of Christian nationalists, like our new Speaker of the House, the incredible, important role of this visceral hatred, contempt, wanting to take away rights from women is so absent in the media, and it's another perfect example of how they're missing the boat.
Carol,
can I actually? I think that this is really interesting, and I'm really conscious because there are a lot of young people here, and I just keep on thinking, how does this relate to them? And my question is, I guess, who in the audience has seen the trad wife phenomenon on social media? Have you seen that on TikTok or Instagram?
The trad wife?
Trad wife.
TikToks?
Yeah, and I just wonder, because it's kind of like, it's very engaging content in some ways. It's these very pretty women in a kitchen with loads of kids baking delicious meals. And that just seems like something which floats past your eyes. But it actually really connects to the things which we're talking about here, which is that this sort of essentially how you guys are consuming the things we're talking about here around misogyny and around women's rights to birth control and to abortion. I just wondered, maybe you guys, you're much better at reflecting on this than I am, but I just thought bringing it into that context of like, this doesn't, the way that it filters out into the culture and into the way that young people consume this is, we don't even notice it. I saw loads of trad wife content and found it sort of fascinating, but really didn't think on around like things like Roe v. Wade and how it sort of infected, sort of spoke to that.
Could I just real quick? And I think that adjacent to that, and probably more common, are the videos that I know I've seen, and I have a 14-year-old daughter, and all of her friends see, which are videos that really celebrate young people who have been together since middle school, who get married really young, and they have babies really young, and like, look how great it is because now I'm 30, but I have 7 kids, and I'm so young, and look at all.
And it looks like a really amazing lifestyle in many ways. They make it look so effortless having 13 children, but mostly 13 children and bake your own bread by first picking the wheat yourself. But it turns out that a lot of them are like married to multi-millionaires and have a load of nannies sitting in the back room. And all they have to do is make this beautiful content which goes out on social media. Maybe to talk about media literacy, that isn't true.
Well, that's part of what I mean about media literacy, is understanding the facade, and understanding what someone's trying to sell you or package, and what things might actually look like behind the scenes. But I also, I run this research lab now that tries to do interventions with young people and with the communities that surround them. And so we spend a lot of time with high school and middle school students. And something really sticks out to me when we ask them about this, when we ask teenagers, what should adults be doing? The very first thing they say, last year in a high school, a boy raised his hand and he said, I wish adults would stop being so sanctimonious about it, right? First of all, it's like, great vocabulary word. Like, that's amazing, right? He was a freshman. Like, I was really impressed. But then this year we were in a middle school with my college students and asked the same question. And they said, 2 11-year-old boys said, whatever you do, don't make it preachy, which is the same exact thing as sanctimonious, right? Just a simpler word. So, in a totally different school, totally different age, that's not completely different age, but similar. I think that adults are getting this wrong too, right? When we try to do media literacy, we're finger wagging at these kids like all social media is bad. There's nothing good about it. Turn off your phones, lock them up before you go to school. And there are some good outcomes to those research studies of what happens when you put your phones away at the right? Like, I'm not saying that's not a solution, but I think we have to collaborate with kids and teens on what does make for meaningful interventions that aren't about preachy, sanctimonious, finger-wagging interventions.
So I want to kind of pivot a little bit to the question of like political journalism and democracy, just to get us sort of back in the main lane here. One of the things that I think is challenging about a lot of these conversations is that we see these things as like these would be pro-social effects if people had critical thinking skills, if they were media literate, if they push back against some of these misogynistic narratives. We think that it would be pro-social to have reporting that's pro-democratic, that allows people to understand the issues, that calls out authoritarianism where it is. But for journalists who are striving for press objectivity, who feel as though their job is to report on the issues, they might not be comfortable calling out things when that might be portrayed as biased. right? So this is a huge, huge battle in coverage of the election right now. But I think it also plays a role here too. Like even whether or not you are condemning some of these like trad wife things, et cetera, and talking about the dangers of it, that in and of itself could be framed as having an ideological bias. So how do we deal with that? How should journalists deal with that?
Well, objectivity doesn't mean that you give up your ability to set the agenda and tell people what's important. Objectivity these days has been sort of dumbed down to you just tell both sides and stay out of the way. And that's simply not an acceptable way of doing journalism at this point.
Yeah, I would just add, I liken the situation we're in now often to a public health crisis. And in the real medical world of public health, what happened was that we realized it's not very effective to just wait until people are diagnosed with diabetes or cardiac disease before we intervene, but that you actually 20 years upstream can help communities understand what heart healthy habits are, how you exercise, what it looks like to eat better. And you're not making them do that. You're not telling them you have to make these choices. You're informing them about the choices they can make that are healthier for them, their families, their life outcomes, their well-being. And I think that's where we find in our lab that parents in particular and grandparents across the board, Republicans and Democrats, come to the table to learn about what their kids are seeing online. That is not a partisan issue. Maybe you get into a little bit of partisan discussion about trad wives, about choices, about conservative patriarchal arrangements, et cetera, if you're talking about misogyny. But nobody wants their kid to become violent, right? Nobody wants their kid to be in an unhealthy relationship that includes unhealthy outcomes for them. And so I think you can still find ways to wade through this that emphasize choice, that emphasize censorship reduction, that emphasize healthy outcomes without making people make choices or trying to persuade them of the choices they're supposed to make.
Did you want to follow up, Carol?
I mean, I think it's grossly dishonest of journalists in this present moment to pretend that both sides are equal, when one side is seeking to rip up our democratic institutions and one side is not. And I think the vast majority of people can see that that's dishonest to maintain this godlike view of we're not involved. We're just reporting on the facts. One fact is that the candidate has said that he's going to be an authoritarian on day one, and on the other side, they haven't. They believe in a rules-based order. So I got, in the course of my reporting, because I was reporting on very contentious political issues around what happened in Britain in this Brexit referendum and also the 2016 election, I got called a really big insult, which was leveled at me, was that I was called an activist, not a journalist. And for a while, I was like, oh no, that's really bad. They're just like trying to destroy my reputation, blah, blah, blah. What do I do? And then actually I met a very inspiring journalist who is called Maria Ressa, who is a Filipino journalist and who won the Nobel Prize. And she's ex-CNN. She's very experienced, but she lives in a country that has seen its democracy destroyed, and it's seen how social media was weaponized there. And she very boldly says, of course I'm an activist. Of course we all have to be activists in this moment because we're activists for truth. And we're activists for facts, and we're activists for evidence-based reporting and evidence-based science. We all have to be activists and citizens in this moment. And this sort of, I think, one of the problems with the mainstream media is so out of touch, and it so is not realizing that actually it's also sort of irrelevant, that most people, as we saw earlier in this room, are getting their news from social media. And part of the reason they're getting their news from social media is because it's less boring and more honest in some ways, but it's also grossly misleading and you don't know who it's coming from and they're not actually journalists. So we actually, I think, have this responsibility to be more interesting, to be more honest, and to talk to the audience where they are, which is on these platforms.
No, exactly. And the notion that it would be some sort of a step down for traditional media to engage with the social media universe, that's absolutely the imperative right now, both in terms of moral imperative and in terms of just getting audience.
And I love that Maria Ressa has entered the chat. She is such an inspiration. The notion that journalists must be activists for truth is paramount. I often tell my students, because I am of the same mind as you, Dan, where I feel that journalists have an obligation to be actively pro-democracy. Because if they are not, the underlying logic and ethos of their job and their profession changes. If they are not activists for truth and pro-democracy, and then we sort of let in an authoritarian structure and order, they are no longer journalists. They are public relations experts, right? They work on behalf, at the behest of the president. So I'm very mindful of our time here. I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to hear some voices from the room. So if you have, I see a question already. Yeah, right here in front. Do we have, good, we have runners.
Thank you so much all for being here. Just wanted to say that there's been a lot of talk that we live in a tech feudalism, basically the economy of surveillance, where big tech companies have so effortlessly permeated our privacy, our personal lives, our political choices. I just wanted to ask, how can we regulate this on a policy-making level? And if our governments or institutions have the genuine power to sanction these companies? Thank you.
Carol, do you want to?
I mean, and I'd love to hear from any of the young people here as well on this, which is that, so the basis of this is our privacy. That's one thing, which if you actually had proper data laws in the US, then this whole business model would not be possible. And also, and I just think, I know that that's a sort of there's a higher view here, but also as individuals, I think thinking about that from your own point of view of you must get all sorts of ads being directed at you when you're looking at TikTok or Instagram. And that is because these companies are hoovering up all this information about you in order to then sell you things. And I think you should be really worried about what they know about you and what they think they know about you and what they get wrong. And I think we have to really, as well as thinking about the big policy things, really think about what it is like for us as individuals, and especially for young people being on these platforms.
Great. Dana, you were talking about the marketplace of ideas being something that was raised up as a solution to many of our problems in the earlier decades ago, and now it's been utterly perverted by these gigantic tech platforms and their algorithms. And I do think that addressing the privacy issues is one way. I don't think you're gonna end up with a situation where you want a bureaucrat to be line editing Facebook. But there are still things we can do on the privacy front, and also, frankly, in terms of breaking these platforms up. I think there's a very strong anti-monopoly argument to be made, and if you decentralize these algorithms, then you can give people control of them again, potentially.
Great. Let's see if there are other questions. Do I see other hands out there? Other questions? So I kind of wanted to follow up with regards to something we talked about backstage, which is that a lot of these tech companies were born out of the American context. And I am, as I often confess, I'm a proud defender of American exceptionalism. I am the rare college professor who does. And I think that the reason that a lot of these tech platforms were born in the US is because of our public education system, which, while it may be struggling, is still among the best in the world. It's because we have a robust marketplace. It's because of venture capital, and it's because we're a culture that really rewards innovation, experimentation, and openness. And that is a kind of environment in which you get entrepreneurial spirit and innovation and invention. So because of that, I firmly believe that these companies that were born out of that kind of cultural context, have an obligation to defend and protect the pluralistic, liberal, democratic system that gave rise to them. And I would just love to hear a little bit of what you think.
They don't care, Danica. They don't care. They're just making shit tons of money and buying. Oh, sorry, was that a rude word to use here? And they're buying their private islands, and they're going to be absolutely fine.
But at some level, can't that argument, though, about the fact that the reason that they came from this soil is because of what this soil has given them. At some level, can't that argument be used to compel some kind of policy regulation, breaking them up, etc.?
Well, one of the things I would like to see is more pressure from international governments and the United Nations on the US itself. I think that the evidence shows we export the majority of white supremacist propaganda that circulates globally. We exported QAnon. The last 2 terrorist attacks in Germany were live streamed or attempted to live stream in English, or the manifesto was written in English so that they could be shared globally on these platforms. We produce the platforms on which this stuff happens, on which the Christchurch terrorist attack is live streamed, right, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine for just a second that level of harm was coming from any other country related to Islamist extremism.
That is a
Imagine
great
what the
experiment.
US would do, right? What pressure we would put internationally on those governments. And we get none of that. We get a complete free pass from every other government, from the UN, about the active harms we're doing globally.
Not from China.
Right, not from China. Okay. But I think, we can't just expect the citizenry to bubble this up and put pressure. We need pressure from other governments to hold us accountable and to hold this country accountable for what we're doing.
That is fascinating. And I'm going to play Carol for a second and say, would the US care? Right? I don't know.
I love that idea. I just don't know how. Where is it? How would that work? And a very useful one. You talked about Germany, and I think it's really helpful to realize. So Germany is one of the few countries in the world which can hold the tech companies to account, and get things off the platform. And that is because it has really strict hate speech laws. So I think Facebook, 1 in 6 moderators that it employs works on German language content because they have to, because there's a law. And the reason why that exists is because of Nazis, because Germany went through this process of understanding what happens when violent extremism takes over a country and what that looks like. And a genocide of 6 million people, that is what led it to these laws. And I think that's a really salutary lesson to remember. And the fact is that these laws don't exist elsewhere, and that content is out flooding the platforms. And if you think about what the Nazi Party would be doing now if it was online, and what it would be doing is quite similar to what groups in the US are doing, which is it is spreading ideas about white supremacism. It's spreading ideas about women's place being in the home. It's spreading ideas about violence as a solution for political ideas. And so that is, I think, the really clear thing you should have in your mind. And so, yes, the owners of these tech companies, they have ethical responsibilities which they do not feel and they do not act on. And I believe they are at this moment resistant to shame. But maybe, I don't know what it's going to take to get them there.
I would just add, since we're on the Nazi example, we were talking about before the backstage, that it took about 15 years for the democratic Weimar Republic to collapse into the Nazi regime. We've been on a list of backsliding democracies globally now for 2 years, and it takes on average about 9 years for countries to get off that list in one direction or the other. So, collapse or sort of restored into democratic stability. And, so people always ask me, what can we do to prevent political violence before the election, right? I'm not that optimistic about that, to be honest, but I am optimistic. I am an optimist by nature, and I do think in a 7 to 10 year window we can intervene. But we have to intervene. We can't just keep letting this slope keep sliding down. And so, this isn't a quick fix. And so, sorry for the negative assessment of what's going to happen in the next 5 months. But the long-term prospects, I think we have time, and we have to not just look at the short-term needs.
But in the short term, though, what you're hearing, though, is that the threat of violent, extremist political violence is upon us, is almost imminent in the coming months. And this is something which we should all be concerned about. Traditional media should be writing about instead of complaining about, the perils of wokeism.
The question that we had earlier about civics education and the extent to which journalists are responsible for perhaps not fundamentally educating people about how democracy works, but perhaps reminding us how democracy works. One of the things that I don't think people understand enough is that democracies are often dismantled through the levers of democracy. Democracies are not typically taken by force. Democracies are dismantled through the institutions and processes and levers of democracy. That is what happened in Nazi Germany. Right? They use the democratic processes to change their society and their political government to an authoritarian, to a fascist system. They voted for that. So I think that at a very basic level seems like something people could be reminded of, perhaps. That's, hey, remember that? We only have a minute left. One of the things I'm fascinated by in this conversation is a lot of the things we're talking about in terms of the kinds of content that get amplified across these platforms is you might not call it political with a capital P, like it's not related to elections, it doesn't seem to be about politicians, but it's ideological, it's about gender, it's about race, it's perhaps about crime. And I think that that's why they have gone under the radar so much, because they're not easily labeled as political. But I'm wondering if you could talk for a second about that, because that seems like that content is the content that's doing a whole lot of work out there.
Yeah, the term that the US government now uses is hate-fueled violence and then political violence, right? And so one of the frustrating things we're seeing is this complete unwillingness to actually talk about political violence because of the fear that it's partisan. And so actually there's a lot more energy going into hate-fueled violence and prevention of hate-fueled violence right now than there is into the prevention of political violence. So even though all the assessments say, as Dan said, it's going to happen. Like, we are going to have political violence in the next 5 months, but nobody wants to talk about it. Right.
January 6th was it.
Yeah. Yeah. And there will be, the kidnapping plot against the Michigan governor, right? There's dozens of incidents like that are also off the radar, that those plots get interrupted and not covered. And I do think the traditional media is hesitant to talk about it for the same reasons. I know the government is refusing to talk about it for those reasons. And so I'm glad that we're seeing strategy after strategy come out of the government on how to combat gender-based violence, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, all kinds of issues related to hate-fueled violence. But the silence on political violence, I think, is part of the problem.
Any final thoughts before we wrap up here?
Mine is just, so we're not going to come up with the answers. It's the young folk, you out there, you are the ones who are going to have to fix this terrible problem that we've left you with. And there are young people out there who are doing it. There's an amazing coalition called Design It For Us. And that is teenagers and young people who are being activists around getting the law changed so that there's more protections for them online. And it's an amazing first step. And I urge you to check it out.
Great. Final thoughts? No? So thank you so much. And thank you so much to our panelists. This has been a real privilege to have this conversation with you.
Hi. We're going to get the next session started. My name is Jenny Lamb, and I'm a communication department faculty member at the University of Delaware, and also a faculty affiliate of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Ithaca Initiative at University of Delaware. We are here to talk about freedom of the press, threats, challenges, and opportunities. So we're going to start by having each of the panelists introduce themselves briefly and make a few comments about what they see as some of the key threats and challenges and opportunities with regard to freedom of the press. And then we'll have a little bit of a discussion amongst ourselves, and then we'll open it up for questions. Okay? Would you like to go ahead?
Great, thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for having me putting together what's been an amazing summit. The panels have really been fantastic, and we're in a beautiful venue. And a shout out to the Kalimera Kalispera, to the large Greek contingent here. So my name is Adrian Shabazz. I'm the Vice President for Research at Freedom House. We're a nonprofit founded in 1941 to advance and defend freedom around the world. And in addition to the advocacy and some of the frontline support that we do around the world, we are perhaps best known for our research, and particularly our flagship report, Freedom in the World, that I think speaks to a lot of the issues that have been that have come up in today's talks. And one data point that I wanted to start at is, according to our research, we've seen 18 consecutive years of decline in global freedom. And so what we're measuring are political rights and civil liberties. And when we looked at that 18 years of data, what stood out was one indicator, one of the 25 indicators on freedom of the media. That's the indicator that has declined the most, more than any indicator that we've seen. And so essentially what we found is attacks on the media are driving the decline of global democracy. And when we look at what those types of threats are, and I'll start with the threats, they are very diverse. I think starting from the physical threats that people face, that journalists face in their work. Mexico, unfortunately, known as the most dangerous place to perform journalism because of the costs of exposing corruption, covering organized crime, and even just local politics. It's an extremely dangerous place to be doing this work. And then when we look at imprisonment as some of the legal threats that journalists are facing, the very sobering statistic from CPJ of over 300 journalists, the Committee to Protect Journalists, thank you, over 300 journalists imprisoned as of December 2023, and the leading imprisoners of journalists are China, Belarus, and Myanmar, or Burma. So it's interesting then to dig into the data a little bit more about what are the laws that are being used to imprison journalists. And what's really striking, when we talk about the risk and the threat of disinformation, it's actually laws that are passed ostensibly to counter disinformation that are then used to criminalize the practice of independent journalists. And so you have journalists in many countries around the world who are imprisoned for, quote unquote, spreading false news, because that news or that information is things that the government doesn't want to hear or that other powerful interests don't want to hear. And so they label it incorrectly as false. And then when governments do not want to be seen as imprisoning journalists for what they're doing, they use all sorts of other laws. And so they use anti-money laundering laws, foreign funding laws, tax evasion. They even look at laws for drug use or for terrorism. Wildly fake charges that they throw to these journalists in order to get them in prison so that they stop doing their work. What's interesting to see is this crackdown on journalists is happening. And when we look at the global picture, 18 years ago, you had 14 countries that scored the worst in our index for press freedom. Over the past 18 years, it's jumped from 14 to now 36. So you have a huge jump in places where there is presently no press freedom. And that, I think, is then matched to this idea that democracy around the world is under threat. What's been fascinating to see, though, is when we look at those countries like Afghanistan, Belarus, Nicaragua, Russia, and even Turkey, where there has been a rapid crackdown on the media, and it's pushed journalists outside of their country fearing for their lives or because they want to be able to continue their journalism outside of the country. All of these range of threats follows them to their new adopted countries. And so I think Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi journalist for the Washington Post, who was then killed by Saudi agents in an embassy in Istanbul, that's just one example. And according to our research, we found over 112 other incidents of physical acts of transnational repression. And so that's governments reaching across their borders to silence dissent. So what we're seeing is that authoritarianism is going global. You know, it's not just restricted to the countries where these governments are ruling, but that the threats to journalists are even happening in democracies. There was an Iranian journalist who just recently was stabbed outside of his home in London because he's a broadcaster with let's say a media outlet that is critical of the regime. There was a Vietnamese journalist who all of a sudden disappeared while in Thailand, and then when they reappeared, they were in jail in Hanoi in Vietnam. So it's this unfortunate sense that, you know, journalists are not safe. And I think that's what is we need to be able to protect journalists, whether they're in their countries, whether they have left their countries. There are so many tactics that are used, whether it's surveillance against them, whether it is threats against their families who are back home to coerce them to stop their media reporting. And then it's also very difficult for them to settle in new countries because of the legal threats they face. I mean, you have some journalists who are branded as terrorists by these authoritarian governments that then makes it impossible for them to, let's say, start a bank account in the US because people are doing their due diligence. So they're like, wait, I think I have a terrorist here. And they're like, no, you don't understand. My government has labeled me a terrorist for all these reasons. So it's a really depressing picture to paint, at least on the threats. I talked about these challenges about, what it's like to be able to do journalism in so many, even when journalists have left these really harsh environments. But I wanted also to end on hopefully like a little bit of an optimistic point, which is the opportunities. And I'm sure we can get into this more, but there are so many great initiatives that are springing up to protect exiled journalists, to provide them with the support that they need, the legal support. There's new funding models that are coming out. I think a few have been discussed, whether that's on crowdfunding, on membership models. And so we're starting to see different innovation happening around the world, which is, I'm enthusiastic about that. But I think overall, it's a very depressing picture, both when it comes to press freedom and then also on democracy.
Elisa?
So I'm working as an investigative reporter for Inside Story. It's a small but well-known independent online media outlet that broke the story about the surveillance scandal known as Predator Gate, named after Watergate. So you might notice that a few months ago, Biden administration blacklisted and sanctioned several legal entities, like Intellection, a number of individuals related with this particular spyware scandal. I don't like to brag, but our reporting at Inside Story contributed to this a bit.
You should brag.
At the same time, the Greek government, including our prime minister, attacked whoever tried to shed light on this scandal, including journalists, even members of an independent authority that is protected by our constitution. And also note that many of acting ministers were under surveillance with this spyware, including the current and previous Minister of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, 2.5 years since our first report, Greek prosecutors haven't yet held anyone accountable, nor have they pressed any charges against known businessmen and government officials. I myself was under physical surveillance while reporting with my colleague Tassos Eloglu about the illegal use of spyware by the Greek government against journalists and politicians. And this pretty much sums up the problem with media freedom in Greece. As Anakithia Bouzoukou mentioned previously, the surveillance of journalists, either physical or digital, and the fact that the murder of a colleague outside his house in 2021 remains unsolved is the main reason why Greece ranks the lowest among all other EU member states, European Union member states, in the Media Freedom Index from Reporters Without Borders for 3 consecutive years. At Inside Story, we like to stress the fact that we are independent, as all media outlets and journalists should be, in order to differentiate ourselves from the norm. As my colleague Danai Maragoudaki from Solomon, also a small and independent media outlet in Greece, mentioned in a previous panel, in Greece, the norm is that medias are either state-owned, which means that they are controlled by each government, either they are in the hands of oligarchs with several conflicting business interests. To give an example, after we first reported that the Greek journalist was illegally targeted with such an intrusive and powerful weapon, basically, as predator spyware, no one from the mainstream media reported anything about it. If someone bought a newspaper or opened a TV station the next day, it would be like nothing had happened. A few days after, it was also revealed that the same journalist, Thanasis Koukakis, was also under legal surveillance from the National Intelligence Service. Again, nothing in the mainstream media. This continued for months until the leader of the third largest political party revealed that he was also targeted by the same spyware and he was under legal surveillance. In this depressing landscape, one might think that independent media outlets in Greece, like Inside Story, that have the public interest as their main compass, would work as an oasis for the Greek citizens. But first, I have to admit that working for a independent media outlet and investigating stories that the mainstream media don't want to touch makes my job a lot easier because I have less competition. But at the same time, the fact that the mainstream medias for decades are not doing their job, basically they're not holding anyone, the powerful, basically accountable, is the main reason, in my opinion, why the trust in the media in Greece is one of the lowest in European Union. And this is also a problem for us, the journalists that who work for independent media outlets. So we have we have the privilege to report freely on matters that actually matter. But we, at the same time, we have to persuade the public that we have good intentions. And this is not an easy task, especially when we are a subscription-based media outlet. Subscriptions help us safeguard our independence, because in Greece, not depending on advertisement means freedom, media freedom, basically. So in this context, we have to work harder to reach out our audience and persuade them that by actively supporting our work, not only Inside Story, but also all the other small independent media outlets in Greece, they basically support transparency and accountability and thus democracy. So in my opinion, I don't know who was yesterday who participated in the dialogues yesterday. The question basically was citizens or consumers. So in my opinion, the thing that I just mentioned is where being a citizen coincides with being a consumer, meaning that you have to be careful on what kind of news you consume and try to support efforts that respect you as a citizen.
Suzanne? Thank you. I'm Suzanne McBride. I'm a journalism professor, but I also work as a journalist. I'm an editor
and an editorial writer for the Chicago Sun-Times. And I'm humbled by listening to both Adrian and Lisa about some of the challenges that are happening worldwide. And I think it's good context when we talk about what's happening in terms of journalism and the information you all get here in the United States. I would say the threat is serious, but not to the degree where we have journalists disappearing off the streets. We don't have journalists who are being imprisoned. We don't have journalists who are being shot down, assassinated in their driveways. So I think that's a positive thing. I think it says more about the bad things that are happening around the world than necessarily good things happening here. But I need to put that in context. That said, when you have a former president now running for president again who is threatening and has threatened journalists, wants to try them for treason, has even intimated that they should be killed for their reporting, it makes me very nervous because I feel that those threats have been to a certain extent normalized. It's hard for me to imagine someone like President Ronald Reagan saying that, let alone having that be accepted as just what happens now in this age of social media. And so I think that's something that we all kind of have to think about on an everyday basis. Like, do we accept that? Do we think that's okay for public figures, especially someone running for president in this country, to be threatening journalists? The other thing that's a really big threat to journalists is how few newspapers there are in this country. How few media outlets regularly cover what's happening in each of your neighborhoods and communities. We used to have more than 116,000 journalists back in 2005 when I joined Columbia College. We now have fewer than 85,000, and I'm not even sure if we really have that number, depending on how you define journalists. And what that means is there are far fewer people going to government meetings. There are far fewer people telling you how your government is spending your money. Far fewer people trying to, give you information for you to act on. Like, are you okay with, these laws are being passed in your states and in your cities? So I think that's a big problem. Another big problem, I think, is the culture of secrecy that we have in this country. And on the one hand, we can consume media, we can see photos, we can see video 24/7, but yet it's much harder for us to get access to information about our government. Florida is considered the best state in the country, has been for many years, in terms of freedom and access to public records and documents. Over the last decade, that's changed dramatically. Many more records are now private in that state. If you want to be a public university president in Florida, your application is no longer public. If you just think about that for a minute, that's someone who works for the citizens of the state of Florida, and that information is private. And we've basically, as citizens, allowed that to happen. Very few of us have spoken up on a regular basis to say, that's not right, we need access to that information. Secrecy is now the default in terms of finding out information, makes our reporting much harder to do, and in turn means the information that you get is much more one-sided and much more opaque. And that really greatly affects democracy and how you can determine what kind of government we should have. The other thing I want to quickly mention is something called pink slime. I don't know if any of you heard of the pink slime. So pink slime is the term given to very slick newspapers and websites that have cropped up in recent years that political candidates and their operatives have put out there. And if you're not careful, it may actually look like legitimate news. And it's really, at a very local level in many Midwestern states, including in Illinois, has caused quite a problem. And that's where you all play a role. You all, if you're discerning in your information that you get, if you ask good questions, if you try to really interrogate the information you get, you would hopefully see that pink slime is what it is. Two positive things I want to say before we get back to your very good questions. What high school and middle school students are doing, the kind of journalism that you all are doing is phenomenal. We now have 18 states in this country that have passed laws, Minnesota most recently earlier this month, that give journalists at your age and your level much more freedom to report on what's happening in your schools, what's happening in your communities. And that gives me great hope. The other thing that I'm very hopeful about is college media. We have college media performing really important functions. As you've seen, debate and dissension about what's happening in Gaza, where That's been reported across college campuses, and in many cases, it's been reported by college journalists because colleges and universities have been limiting access to professional journalists. And so that information is getting out there because of what the good work that college journalists are doing. We also increasingly have colleges and universities that are trying to take over or step into that vacuum when a local newspaper closes. University of Iowa, my alma mater, just bought their student newspaper there just bought 2 community papers that were about to go out of business. That's great for journalists who are training to do this work. It's even better for those people who live in those areas because now they're going to get the news and information that might have been lost otherwise. Lastly, I'm very optimistic about something called the Press Act at the federal level. It's a federal shield law which was unanimously passed by the US House. I just want to say unanimous because I don't know if you guys pay attention to what the US House of Representatives does, but that's a pretty divisive body right now and has been for a number of years. And they unanimously passed a law that would give reporters at the federal level some protections in terms of having government come in and subpoena them, force them to testify. It's a really, really important development. I'm hoping the US Senate will take it up soon, but that also gives me hope.
Okay. I have a couple of things to add as well. First of all, I wanted to jump on what you were saying about the president and such, saying, targeting the press as the enemy of the people and that sort of thing. There's this concept of stochastic terrorism, and this doesn't just have to do with the press, but anybody who's targeted like in that manner over and over again, it becomes statistically more significantly likely that violence will happen directed at that group who has been targeted, but we just don't know when or where it will happen. And there actually have been shootings within the United States at newsrooms. And so I think this is a real concern in the United States as well. And as the previous panel was talking about in the lead up to the election, I think that's going to be an increasing issue. One other thing I wanted to talk about was digital hostility towards journalists, and particularly towards women. There have been surveys that have been done of journalists across many countries, and nearly all journalists experience some form of online harassment. Those tend to be in 2 different areas. First of all, journalists who have higher profiles, particularly journalists who have higher profiles on social media and or who present their information on a video in a video format. So people who are on television or do so online in a video format. I think part of that is that it gives a greater sense of accessibility to those journalists and a greater sense of sort of personal relationship with them. So they are targeted more often. But the thing I want to focus on most is the attacks that are motivated by and or focused on the identity of the journalist in some form. So women, people of color, people who are migrants, for example, are much more likely to be targeted and much more likely to be targeted in a way that's very scary. So a UNESCO study that was done a couple of years ago by the United Nations, 3 of 4 female journalists report being subject to online attacks. And women are more likely to get in those attacks, to be attacked in a way that threatens murder or sexual violence. And so this kind of seriousness, first of all, there's not very good legislative response to such things, and at least in the United States. And there are some effects of this that I think are really important for freedom of the press. One of them is that it can lead to self-censorship or lead journalists to avoid certain topics so as to not become targets, and particularly people who cover politics or issues of disinformation, people who cover things related to gender or race. tend to be the ones who are targeted most frequently, and that has the effect often of making those people step back from the public eye. It also makes it harder to attract and to retain a diverse range of journalists in your newsroom. And interesting, some research was done also that being the subject of such attacks makes a journalist feel and act differently toward the audience, so that now they have a greater wariness of the audience and a greater distrust that the audience is responsive to what they are reporting. And so there is some indication that their reporting becomes challenged and changed as a result of those perceptions of the audience, which I think is an important point as well. I just wanted to talk briefly about the ways in which disinformation is actually used as a weapon against journalists. So disinformation is used about journalists, claiming that they have engaged in some kind of unprofessional activity or telling lies about the journalist in some way. Also, there is a specific use of disinformation to target the credibility of journalists, particularly journalists who are reporting on controversial topics. I do want to wrap this up, our initial part, by talking about one positive thing that I think is going on. An earlier panel said media literacy in the schools would be great. There actually is some increased effort. 3 states in particular, Delaware being one of them, has actually just passed new educational standards requiring the inclusion of media literacy across K-12 education. And when I say, yeah, exactly. And when I say across K-12 education, I mean that they are going to start introducing this in kindergarten, these sort of concepts, and have it go all the way across those years. And not only that, but it's not going to be like a separate little, thing like health class or something. It's going to be integrated in across different disciplines. So it'll be part of your English class, it'll be part of your history class, it'll be part of your math class. And so I think that's a very positive thing. So the 3 that have passed really comprehensive legislation requiring these education standards are Delaware, New Jersey, and California so far. 15 others have passed less comprehensive requirements, so just for high school or just like digital safety kinds of questions. But the Delaware standards, since we're in Delaware, I thought I would talk about that, are really comprehensive, talking about how to engage in responsible and healthy behavior online, critical thinking skills like identifying target marketing strategies and naming the types of persuasion techniques that are being used, and identifying the purpose of media messages and how they're constructed. So looking at the values that are included, the points of view that are included, and the ones that are excluded. And I would like to add to this that I think we talk a lot about teaching people to be skeptical of what they're seeing. I think it's equally important that we begin to teach people what good journalism looks like, so that not just to see what the problems are, but also what is it that is good journalism? What is the process that was followed? Who is the person doing the reporting? What kinds of knowledge are they claiming? How do they know that that is true? What are the sources? Who's not being talked about? And so on. I think it's important to have the positive as well as the, watch out for misinformation. So I wanted to have us very quickly, and I hope you guys will be thinking about some questions that you'd like to ask about these topics. But I would like our panelists to talk very specifically and explicitly about how the kinds of challenges, opportunities, and threats that we've been talking about, the 4 of us, how those relate directly to democratic concerns to democracy. So Adrian, would you like to start?
Sure, yeah, it's a great question. I think it gets back to, what is democracy? Yes, it is self-rule. Yes, it is, constitutional rights grounded in free expression. That obviously is applicable to journalism, but I think getting at this third component is checks and balances and oversight. And just thinking back about what is journalism's purpose, I mean, a certain purpose of it is to be adversarial. It is to be asking the tough questions, to be providing, to be the check on tyranny, the check on abuse, the check on corruption. And that's what puts journalists in a very difficult position. But I think that as a society, we need to make sure that we are reinforcing the value of that, and then providing additional protections to journalists because we recognize both the threats that they face and then the value that they provide to democracy. And when you think about what are these other aspects of democracy, what does it need? What are the goods that it provides? I mean, thinking about informing the public so that they can make democratic decisions. It's about creating community. And I think that's a really important point. But, when we think about democracy, it is about community. It's about people at the end of the day. And I think that's been a thread through a lot of the panels, is that it's about engaging with people, and journalists, the media plays a very important role about fostering that community. And then of course that third component about holding the power to account. And that's incredibly important to make sure that we do not slide into autocracy. And that is unfortunately why journalists face so many of the threats that they face here and around the world.
I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, this was also my thought. If you don't hold the power accountable, then you slide into authoritarian regime. This is the main thing that differentiates a democratic state from an authoritarian one, in my opinion. But I'm a journalist, so I think media freedom is essential to democracy, because if it engages public to participate in the discussion in a way, because if you have informed citizens, then they have the tools to take the right decisions for their benefit. Because at least in Europe, where, as you might know, far right is rising. Also in Greece, we had a Nazi, basically, party inside our parliament. So neo-Nazis took advantage of the democratic procedure in order to gain somehow public trust and their votes. So if you don't know what is happening to your country, if you have citizens that are indifferent, is in the benefit of the powerful, not you. Because the thing that I see in my country, in other European countries, is that basically politicians want public to be indifferent and just care for their pocket or their short-sighted benefits. So this is my answer to your question.
Yeah. We've heard this saying, democracy is something you do, not something you have. And I've been thinking a lot about that in terms of how it applies to media and journalism. I think you could actually say the same thing about journalism as well. It's something you do, either as a journalist you're doing it, or everyone else who's consuming it. Are you actually taking it in? Are you actually reading legitimately reported information? Are you vetting sources? Are you asking your own questions? Because of the democratization of online journalism, anyone can go out there and put out information, which can be really good and really scary. And then you all can weigh in. Like you have an ability to interact with each other, not just here in your geographic communities, but around the world. And so I would just challenge each of us to think about what can you do in terms of advancing democracy in a very small, important way every day, and that's to take in news and information and to actually debate and discuss and maybe even agree to disagree in all these different ways that we can do that. Because I think at a very local level, that's actually what makes our democracy strong too.
I'd like to follow up on something you said in your initial comments, which was that being nonprofit allowed you to be a free press. And so the implication there is that then the for-profit media are less free. And I'm just curious about people's reactions to that because, of course, we live in the United States in a profit-driven media system.
Well, I now work for a news outlet that is part of the largest nonprofit, and that's the Chicago Sun-Times, the Chicago Public Radio, WBEZ. And up until 2 years ago, I worked for a for-profit mainstream newspaper. Now I work for a nonprofit newspaper. And I think I haven't seen much difference yet, but I do really worry about the corporatization of media, and we have fewer now for-profit outlets out there, and we have this amazing consolidation, especially in the broadcast arena, which is not good for democracy. The more entities that have ownership, the better. Now, I won't say like 50 years ago when you had a bunch of white men owning their local newspaper, that wasn't necessarily good for democracy either. So I think we just had to figure out a way. I think the more types of models we have out there, probably the better. I wouldn't say one is necessarily better than the other.
Just make a correction. We are not a non-profit organization. We have a corporate structure. I mean, we are an SA, but we just want to have a way to pay our salaries. I mean, we don't try to have a huge profit, just to cover the basics. So. I don't believe that being a for-profit or a non-profit should change a lot because being a journalist, owning a media outlet should mean that you abide to some standards, which means have a good sourcing on your stories, speak with all parties, all sides, not always keeping the same distance, but because at the end you have to say something. You cannot just keep the equal distance from all, because someone is accountable for what you are reporting. But I mean, these are pretty much the basics of journalism. We all should abide.
Why then is your news organization willing to tackle topics that mainstream news organizations are not? What is the pressure there?
We are not depending on advertisement. We depend on our readers and their subscriptions. And this gives us the freedom to report on anything. We don't have a special political agenda. We don't have an economical agenda. We don't worry if we write something which might be or considered to be bad for a bank or a telecom provider, which are basically the biggest advertisers in Greece. So I have a good example to give you. We reported about a major hacking incident in the biggest telecom provider in Greece called Cosmote, owned by Deutsche Telekom, which is a state-owned telecom provider in Germany. We reported about a very serious hacking incident, one of the most serious in Europe in the last few decades. We reported about that, and all the other media outlets just had the reply from the company saying everything is under control, don't worry. So this is basically explains the difference.
Can I add one thing here, which is I think we're getting back to what contributes to freedom for journalists. And if we think that freedom for journalists is a good thing, then what can we do to support that freedom? And when I think about some of the costs that some of the smaller outlets or not only face, a lot of it comes down to the costs of defending against cyber attacks. It's like the digital security costs. And then another one is against slaps or strategic lawsuits that are designed frivolous in nature, that are designed really to suck resources from the organization. And so thinking about where some of the innovation has come are these networks like media support networks that are able to provide that type of support. It's almost like insurance where you cluster your resources, you pool your resources together, and then there becomes a solidarity between different journalist outlets. And according to our research, that's something that we're starting to see more and more is journalists, some of these independent journalist outlets feeling like they can be stronger together, pooling the resources to defend against some of these attacks. And then that also playing out as collaboration on sort of these like cross-border investigations in Europe or overseas, particularly when it comes to corruption, where that can play an investigative work, where that can be a great boon for journalism.
Are there any questions from the audience? Do we have microphones? Here we go. I think it's on.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Delaware. I'm a student of Dr. Tim Schaefer and Danilo Yannick. So quite interesting. A former African leader, dictator, so to say, once said, "Freedom of speech, I can guarantee, but freedom after speech, I cannot." And when we are talking about these issues, what is even more worrisome is that in democracies around the world, dictators or authoritarians, they find their means into government through democratic means. I am from Nigeria, so I will cite an example. Currently in Nigeria, there are about 2 journalists that I follow regularly that are not in the country because they reported about a popular protest that happened in the country in 2022, the NSAS protest, David Undayi and DJ Switch. The government are clamping down on journalists. And the conversation we are having here today, we can only make meaningful progress, like maximize the opportunities through laws, through policies. How can we really bring policymakers into the conversations to see media and democracy as complementary other than 2 opposing sides? What can we do? From your research as an analyst and from your practice as a journalist, how can we really bring politicians to the table to see that, the media need to report about the good side of the government for people to know what they are doing, and then the media as well, you have your own independent role. Thank you.
Sure, it's a great question, and I think it's part of an overall struggle maybe to take a step back, because what we're seeing is around the world, these norms about why freedom of the press is important are being weakened. So it used to be that many governments felt like they were pressured against clamping down on journalists because they knew that they were going to be pressured by the United States, by other democracies, by the UN, and that pressure mattered. So there was part of this global infrastructure around what constitutes strong norms for democracy and human rights. And we see that weakening. There's a lot of reasons for that. Part of it is around technological disruption, but I think another strong part of it is the rise of actors like China, the Chinese government, the Russian government, regional actors that are much more bold in promoting more authoritarian norms. shaping, and then that has an effect of governments, whether it's in Nigeria, in places in South America, where they then say, well, China is doing this, and they're quite successful. They actually are doing quite well in economic development. So why wouldn't we be following their model? Why is it that we actually need free speech? So it's a really important, because and it's really incumbent on democracies, I think, to be pushing out that message to shape why free expression is so important. It is, and it's particularly challenging in today's days when there is so much different models that are out there. It's not the 1990s where it was just clear, like everybody was striving towards democracy. Now, it's democracies are having problems. Authoritarianism is on the rise, and they are very good at doing their own self-promotion, even when things aren't going well in places like Russia and China. So it's a really interesting question. I think it's, ultimately it comes down to what is that type of pressure that we can provide, and then how can the actors on the ground actually be showing why this is important? So it's not something that is being imposed by the outside, by the United States or by others, but it's actually Nigerians or others, citizens who are saying that this is helping us, this is the type of freedom that we want. And when that message, hopefully it just comes back to people, and people being able to promote that message, hold their governments accountable, and also to say what is the kind of country that they want.
Other questions?
Good morning, and thank you for this wonderful discussion. I'm going to bring a little skepticism to the room, and I think a lot of times we hear a great deal about the responsibility of citizenry to become educated, media literate, to be discerning in the way they consume information, and that puts a lot of responsibility on everyday citizens versus those who are producing and sharing news and information. How do we maintain an open and free press, protection for quality journalism, while also holding journalists accountable who may be sloppy, who may be distributing themselves misinformation and disinformation? You've talked about how some people are threatened, jailed for sharing accurate information by different governments, using that as a way to weaponize the process. But there are also people who adhere to that journalism title or identity who are not doing a good job. How do we manage that while not simply just saying we as consumers of information need to be more discerning? Thank you.
I would say, in terms of holding journalists responsible for repeated acts of misinformation, so the case of the Dominion voting systems against Fox News, I think, was a great example of that, where they were able to get a huge settlement because they had repeatedly, and there were emails from within the company showing that they knew what they were saying was false, and they were still saying it. So I do think that some existing laws, like libel laws, are useful in those kinds of big situations. But I think in smaller kinds of settings, that's where you get into the really, like, what do you do if there's a local journalist who's being sloppy? And I hope that professional organizations will have some role with that. I do hope that citizens will vote with their eyeballs and not, follow that person as much. But it's a tricky situation because those laws that you might pass to penalize somebody are then weaponized against the people who are doing journalism well because they're saying something critical of the government. And so it's a very, very tricky balancing act, I think.
I think another really basic thing is Boy, when I was a new journalist, I did make mistakes. And some of the mistakes I discovered much later. And it was not because anyone bothered to call in, because we called in back in those days. We didn't have the internet. Or even write a little letter to me to say, that was wrong. So I really think on a very local and also global level, if you see something that's not right, it's so much easier now to try to correct it. And yes, that's putting one more thing on the citizen, that's, someone who's already very busy, having an everyday life, but that's how we correct information. I mean, it is so easy for stuff to be repeated much more dangerously, and not necessarily maliciously. Like, when you're doing stories 24/7, you're going to get things wrong. And I think what you need to do is hold all of us as journalists accountable to reach out and say, hey, I don't think this is right. And then we need to correct it right away. The other thing, of course, is in the online world, sometimes you can comment, not always. We've shut off comments on lots of different types of stories for a lot of reasons. That's a whole nother panel. But that's another way to actually put out information. I really feel that the solution to improving information or stopping bad information is not to stop it. It's more information to correct it. I mean, I'm a big believer in that. I know it's kind of sloppy and it doesn't always work, but I get very nervous also about laws being developed to deal with an aberration or one case, because that's where you get really bad ramifications down the road.
I would like to add, I totally agree with you. We have a responsibility as journalists to provide quality news to the public. In Greece, in many other countries, there's a thing called code of conduct. We have to respect that. In Greece also, we don't have journalists spreading misinformation. We just have journalists just reporting on one side of the story, which is the government story or this corporate story or the other. So this is a very tricky thing, because they are not reporting anything that is not true, but they are twitching the message in a way, the message that comes through your TV screen. So maybe strong journalistic unions that can impose the code of conduct to all of us would be a solution, not laws that might turn against us.
I'd like to thank my fellow panelists, and I know that we're the only thing between you and lunch, so we're going to wrap it up. Thanks very much.
Thank you.